地球人をなめるなよ。バトルチェーンソー。
Hello, YouTube. Welcome back to the Super Robot Wars Archives. My name is Austin. I'm glad you are joining me today. But you know who didn't show up? My heckin' controller. There we go. Thank you. Welcome. Hi. I hope you are all doing well on this fine Sunday afternoon. I'm really hoping we're close to the end today. I'd like to move on. I guess actually we talked about this last stream. Why don't we just check in on this? Akarasu does have up to chapter 7 listed now. It didn't before. We are in. Actually, we also find out what path we are taking because we asked that question. I think NR151 asked that question last week, and I did not know how to answer it because I wasn't sure. I figured there was multiple paths, but I don't know how to actually get on path A or path B. We are looking at a light cuts through the darkness, not a light. Light cuts through the darkness. Okay, this is 7A. So I guess we are on the A route. Far East Pacific Ocean waters. Yeah. So we have this one. Okay. This is the beginning of the end. This mission begins. Oh, I could have just read it here. This mission begins the ending sequence. When you finish it, you will automatically proceed to the next mission. Are you sure you want to start this mission? Okay, cool. That is what I thought. Or not what I thought. That's what I was reading. But I just want to know how we get onto that because I don't think I selected. I'm seeing Route A beginning with the Celestial Emperor's Path, and I did not select that. But up to that point, I'm not seeing where the divide is. I am seeing a lot of secrets I missed, which I'm not surprised by in any way. Maybe it's really early into this. Yeah, A ending. Oh, there we go. Okay. With Cross, we need to ask to speak with Izana or reject Izana outright. So I guess we ask to speak to Izana. Okay. I don't remember that, but I feel like I would probably ask. Oh, it's literally just that choice. We either ask to speak to them or we reject them. Okay. Sorry, that was gross. I probably could have muted that. Hopefully it didn't get too deep into the mic. For someone who has played this game enough times that you've played both of the scenarios. Nope, don't audio. Give me live. Thank you. For someone who's played this game enough that you've seen both sides of the scenario, which one do you think was harder? I would like to know. Did I accidentally go on the easy route? Right. Well, let's jump right into it. This isn't going to get itself done. Yeah, I suspect we're probably not done with Godzilla yet. We're not done with the Great General of Hell. Or sorry, the Great General of Darkness. Whatever our actual endgame universe bosses. Oh, there's Reiko. Do we get her now? After this mission, maybe? Ugh, we need to bring so many duds. We get 20 deployment slots, so it's okay. It's probably fine. Oh, we are one short of everybody we want to bring. Okay. I'm sorry, Shion, you are out of here. They feel like such high investment units. Which is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just I feel like we need to commit to them a lot more. They do have a similar vibe as what I'm hoping out of Save Us. That they just have printed. They have higher printed damage values on them than a lot of other characters do. Control room guy, hello. Daylight savings time ruined you. Well, your clocks went forward. Oh yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Daylight savings time comes for us all at some point. It's always bad. But as far as I'm concerned, you're right on time because it's Sunday. So I'm natively an hour late. So no complaints here. I'm glad to see you. I haven't seen your name pop up in a while. Hopefully, I think last you were here, you were saying that you were getting over being sick. So hopefully your sickness has not returned to claim you. And it was just, life stuff. That should be good. We are, if this scenario is unrecognizable, we are jumping into the end game. We are just 4 chapters away from the end of the game now. I was wondering why we didn't have everybody, but it's because we normally have the getter involved in the 4 connection. Okay. What are we rocking? Okay. Yeah, we still have all of these. Garuda's in the middle here. Twinkle is here too. Okay, yeah, so the Great General of Darkness is like our actual boss. Yeah, I mean, Garuda's still like kind of spooky, but not that spooky at this point. Okay, cool. Is our objective kill everything? Okay. Just to get this done with, I think we might lean heavily on Hayate. Just because every other way is taking so much time, and like there's a possibility we finish it today, and that would be cool. That would be cool. Yeah, I missed quite a few, but you're keeping up with and loving Alpha. Yes, I'm so glad you're enjoying Alpha. It's always delightful to see that you're like, you responding to it is as positive as I was hoping it was going to be. I'm having just a ball with it too, so I'm glad we've got like, I'm glad it's positive from both sides of the microphone. Low key, I'm really looking forward to finally being out of Y. Me too, buddy. Me too. Oh man, I know I've made this probably like so much more grueling on us because I'm playing in like the most boring way possible. Like I recognize I may be ruining this experience for myself, but gosh golly, this game is so long and it needs to do something to like force me to change up my strategy. I'll mention this again at the end of stream, but speaking of getting out of this, after having talked to NR151, I think we are going to be changing up the schedule some. So once we are finished here, we will be playing, I believe we agreed on W? Is that whatever we talked about in stream before? I'm pretty sure W was the one that you've been hyping to me, Control Room Guy. We'll be playing that next as our Sunday-Thursday game live. GC will continue on Mondays until I am either finished with that, until I am like mechanically finished with it, or I'm just like emotionally finished with playing it. Because I am so done with why I was going to drop the LTC anyway, just because it's like not, there's definitely a way we can make it fun, but it's not necessarily what I want to be doing right now. So in place of the LTC, we are going to, through the convincing of NR151, I will take a dip into Fantasy Maiden Wars. I played the first scenario so far. It was on Lunatic difficulty, new game, not new game plus. Using the harder of the 2 characters, and that was the level of difficulty that I was looking for. So, what the hey, we'll give it a try. Why not? What's the worst that happens? If we get into it more and we don't like it, I can always just stop. I think 30 and Y have convinced me you can have too much of a good thing. It's too much Super Wars, especially monotonous Super Rebel Wars maps. Yeah, no, this is absolutely the exercise of too much of a good thing. I think I've said it a couple times during these streams. I don't mind necessarily this style. I would prefer it to go back to the way it has been, but if this is how we're going to get Super Robot Wars in the future, mechanically, I am fine with that. But yeah, just probably at minimum, like a third shorter. Yeah, I don't know what the actual map count is, but if we're gonna keep the same like quality density of maps, cut about a third of it out. Or if we're gonna make it this long, just like actually design a lot more maps. And if we have to wait another year on top of our normal wait time for it, I, for one, am in favor of that. Was playing UX, but now you have my undivided attention. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, so Fantasy Maiden Wars is going to be our Friday stream moving forward. And if that picks up really well, we might go to every week Fridays too, instead of alternating Fridays. But I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet as far as like how consistently we will be going. Right? Like I don't want to commit to every Friday quite yet. I think largely because I guess it's probably worth talking about this now. My schedule moved like at the end of November. Actually, hold on, sorry. We'll pause this for a second. I want to pull up. I like crack a calendar here without it like doing anything weird. Yeah, we can. Okay, great. No, I don't need that. Go away. Thank you. Okay, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I am going to be away. So I won't have any streams going on the 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th. But I will have something to entertain you in my absence. So we're streaming on this Friday. This Friday is an on week, which I should change while we're here too. Then we're off on the 14th. Then I will be away on the 21st. Then I guess on the 28th we can start into the potential for always on Fridays with Fantasy Maiden Wars. I'll post that at some point in the. I'll make a community post for that at some point too, and I can get updated on my channel profile too to make sure we all know on the up and up. But Maiden Wars is cool. We'll add some variety for your sake. Yeah, that is also true. That is true. It is. Yeah, it very much feels like an old like PS2 game, which is good. I guess maybe technically it kind of partially is. It's like a combination of multiple games, I think, is what I was told. But yeah, no, it'll be. I think it'll be a fun. I think it'll be a fun shakeup. And I don't even hate the idea of maybe allowing Fridays to be sort of the like variety day that maybe we aren't always going to be like. You know, I do play a lot of games and we do talk about a lot of games on this channel. So maybe Fridays will be when we finish when we finish Fantasy Maiden Wars, a like something different other than Super Robot Wars Day. We'll see. But I've had a lot of fun with it so far, and it was like actually challenging, which is a rarity, I think. I think the style works for MX, which is a future recommendation because it has a cool series debut like Razafon and Zerameyer. I love Razafon so much. That's going to be a lot of fun then. A rarity that it's a series I've actually watched. You know, this is fine. We can then like actually use the damaged unit to like give someone else a kill that normally doesn't get one. Who will that be? I guess we could give it to like. Do we care about giving it to Soletta? We can give it to Olibe. Maybe. Hold on. What are your? That's not where that button is. There's no like checks on here. You only have a 3 ranged post movement if you were here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so an Excel would get you there. Someone can give Excel, I'm pretty sure. Does Mio give Excel? She does. Okay. So that's there. And actually, this puts you close to Randy to get the morale boosts to get your extra 100 for free. You take Mio. I just think giving her XP is probably the best we can do. Like, I think it's like probably the most we're going to get out of it. Super Robot Wars Archives not playing a Super Robot Wars game clickbait. I mean, yeah, no, I had thought about that. That's why I like said it with so much caution. We'll see. Because at least Fantasy Maiden Wars is like Super Robot Wars is off brand. Like it's still kind of in canon. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. We'll find out. I know you were saying it as a joke. It is definitely a question that I have asked. But I do like to take probably too seriously what doesn't need to be taken too seriously. I do think it's important to like remember that, you know, our interests are not monolithic. A lot of my like care for these series is like partially formed out of my love of like board games and out of my love of non-strategy games and like what these things offer that strategy games don't. So like it probably doesn't hurt to maybe every once in a while. But who knows? Maybe I'm just like kind of getting burned out on Y, and I feel like I'm burned out on the whole series, and it's just I need to switch off of Y. A fellow Razapon lover, you can't become more based. It's impossible. I'm like every day I grow more based in your heart. I don't know what else I could do, but I for sure will keep you guessing. Sometime probably next month, something else will show up for sure. It'll just keep happening. What am I here for? All right, I can try to figure if we can drop your morale or something. Where are you, Soletta? Spirits, Daunt. You are mostly there. We also have like a really, really boring option where we can just use the Dynazenon. We can go back to our roots and just like absolutely annihilate things with the Dynazenon now that it just can like take infinite turns without like any amount of concern for input. Yeah, maybe I'm trying to be too cute. Maybe we can just do that. That's just allowed to be okay. Because it doesn't actually like at this point it doesn't matter as long as the game's over, right? That still counts as winning. Got a friend to watch it recently and he was really receptive. My eternal hot take is it easily clears Eva. Yeah, no, I think that is true, and I think it's also appropriate to compare them directly. Like I think it is doing very similar things with its world and its story. I think Eva is as popular as it is because it is like people's first experience with a show that's very deliberately telling you it's trying to say something. Where I think most media is trying to say something. It's just a rarity that we actually like see a show acknowledge that it is. So like if that's your first time practicing with it, of course it's going to be like this like new, exciting, like out of the ordinary kind of standout experience. This was for Save Us. We're still not lethal. Okay, we can probably drop morale enough for that to work. Which it's wrongfully compared to at all the time. Did I just make a wrongful comparison in your mind then? Razapon is what Eva wants to be, which is very funny. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I'm with you, okay. Did I lose some of my basedness? Did I drop my aura? Or whatever the kids are saying. You can... This is cheaper and we'll do more. I'm glad they liked it though. It's always also really refreshing when you're like, I'm really banking on this thing that I like hold dear to like show to people, and then when they watch it, they're like, ooh, brother, ooh. So, it's really unfortunate when that happens. Nah, lol. I've just heard it kind of knock Eva enough. I have PTS. I mean, yeah. I think there's like a lot of really poor discourse, specifically because, to return to a conversation we'd been having before, about this like weirdness between old and new generation, that a lot of people still have this feeling of like, you know, you kind of need to like everything because just as long as you can get your hands on something, it counts for like us old heads. And then there are like the new heads that are like, what a single anime could be their entire relationship to anime. And I think those two end up competing pretty hard when we like always have these contests of like, well, which one is doing it better? It's like, well, they can both be doing it well and both have something meaningful to say. Like, not everything needs to be a contest where one wins and one loses. It's like not a bad exercise. Just, you know, let's make sure we're actually like are asking those questions actually helping us. You're so close to getting morale. Someone's got to have a rouse. Rain does. Oh, okay, no, I'm also being a goof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can go here and here and here and here. We could just. Oh, are we not close enough? Do you have an Excel? Oh my word. Okay, you are 1 space away? That's a real shame. Well, I guess we just like we can start consuming parts then. Assist here. Then I guess it's only 100 we're wasting. We'll spend more time trying to actually like get that 100 onto Olibe than we can just make it on our own. You know. Also, the SRW rendition of the OP is amazing. That's fair. I did not consider the fact that that song is good, and we're also going to get another like re-up of it. I should listen to that. I think it's also a victim of mecha anime always being knockoff Gundam, or that's a good point too. Yeah, like as much as what I was saying is like maybe true generally, there is also specifically the fact that this space is so dominated by exactly 2 titles. I don't want to live in a world without Gundam, but I really do. I'm very curious how much like healthier our ability to talk about media as a like body of collective work rather than as individual series that require us to fight on their behalf would be. And like not just for mecha, just like in general. It definitely polarized a great deal of our ability to like talk about media. This is fine. One, two, three. I guess we could also hold on. We could just be doing this with the Dynazenon, which I guess at this point I've been wrong this whole time. That we were going to get a version of this. We were going to get a version of these boys with Galma back in the front. That does feel really weird now. That does feel exceedingly weird that you get so much time spent with Galma and then he never gets to pilot it again, but like it's worthwhile probably investing resources into him in the meantime. Yeah, it is definitely a choice that they are making, and I don't know how much I like it. I don't think that's like changing whether or not I'm going to use them. Like, I still think that they are exceedingly proficient at what they do. But no, well, see, but like I messed that up there, and the fact that I can just do this and that there's literally no consequence to that is like baffling. I think that might also be the results of Zeal being too good. I mean, Shonen suffers from this. Just look at the big 3 and discourses around new anime, the idea of the new big 3. That is true too. But at least those go away really quickly. Like the general conversation still persists, but then immediately it folds when whatever is part of the new big 3 doesn't like have that same level of retention. But yeah, we're all just like pretty heinously bad at talking about things that we like on the internet, unfortunately. Which I wish wasn't true. I would like to imagine a world where we are just like capable. That's what I'm here for. I'll do it alone if I have to, but I don't. Fortunately, I don't think I have to. We are also hemorrhaging energy on Hayate because of how we've been moving him. The like new cost on overburst maneuver is like definitely really expensive. I kind of think variable combat is maybe just a better action. We have already intimidated everybody. We need... Oh, actually, hold on. We have another Unity over here. Oh, yeah. We just need to, like, go through with daunting the rest of the bosses. So I guess we should also... we should also just, like, kill all the rest of the generics real quick to make it easier to just, like, go through that menu. Maybe the first time ever they've done something like replace your main pilot for the rest of the game. Yeah, I mean, like I played very few of them, so I wouldn't know like fully. But that does feel like something that they would probably want to avoid, because I think it's very easy to have a lot of really bad feels from doing that. I guess it makes sense in the context of the show, I suppose. I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched it. You tell me. Does that make sense? Does it feel like the Grid Knight should not be the main pilot? Because, like, it feels like, to me, the Grid Knight is functioning a lot more like even Igor from Dankuga or Bakuryuo from Raijino. Like, I know we're technically, like, our ports are formed around the Grid Knight, but he's, like, fulfilling a similar narrative role as that. Yeah, it just feels very odd. I guess we also should, like, be doing this first before... well, no, she ran out real fast. Okay, we have some more daunts over here. I guess that is one thing with taking Shion off, is that I think his fairy also had a daunt. Okay, Tamaki has 152. Oh, hold on, we still have one more on Bell. Okay, Tamaki has 152, Lacus has 140. Soletta has 187, so hers is better. Yeah. Also, we are steadily approaching 40 subs. I'm happy that number is ticking up. Me too. Me too. I guess actually, sorry, yeah, I didn't say this time. I usually like to try to. Hello and welcome. Thank you, everyone. I think we've gotten 3 since last time I've streamed. And I'm glad you're all here. I really appreciate every single one of you. The persistence of growth is still just as surprising. I mean, like, I want this to be as big as it possibly can be. But the consistent small growth is, like, way healthier for a channel in the long run. I think we're, like, adding about 10% every week, which is on average, right? Like, there might be, like, 1 week where I don't get 10%, and then the next week is, like, 20% or whatever. And, like, not to render it just down to numbers, but, like, that's not the important part. But it does do my heart a lot of good to see that, like, people also believe in the value of this, too. Yeah, what, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, it was just my friends who had, like, very charitably, like, agreed to this. And now there are more people than I have ever stood in front of and been responsible for in my corner. And that's very humbling. I can't wait to see where a year from now takes us. It'll be really easy to remember, right? Because this is basically still Halloween. That this next Halloween, Halloween next year for me, I'm so curious where we're going to be. Wherever it is, I will be happy. If we stay at 40 for the rest of my life, I'm glad I will have this small community of 40. we need to... Okay, let's go... Yep. Gridman from 30 had 5 pilots. That, I mean, that also is like way more standard for like a super robot team. Are there any instances of a unit having 6 pilots? I feel like a battleship could probably really easily hit that mark. Or just like having like a lot of named but not necessarily main characters on bridge. Then when we get Gridman Universe, we will get a mech with like 6 or 7 pilots. It's kind of insane. I can't wait for that. That'll be great. Yeah, I'm glad that that's like getting a modern. I'm glad that the modern refresh of it is going as well as it is. I did see that the Grendizer reboot is like pretty well at its end now. Yeah, I think who was talking about it? Someone I don't remember who the interview was, so I don't want to. Let's not misattribute. But someone who's like large and responsible for the project had said that, like, yeah, probably like once now that U is over, like that's probably going to be the last that project's going to see, at least for a while, which is disappointing. I was really hoping we were going to get like Grendizer U, Grendizer F, Grendizer O as 3 separate series. That would have been fun. I don't know if that was actually the plan. I'm trying to think. Whichever game in the GBA is after R. I think it's either J or D. It's one of the. I'm pretty sure it's one of those two. Whichever one is immediately after R on the GBA. There is a repair bot that's like a jet that has a ton of pilots in it. That one might have 6. It might start with 5, and then you get one more if you do a secret to get 6 added onto it at the end. It would probably be like one of the most busted units on the planet, because really, the like best thing a pilot can have is spirits. Like that is just far and away the best option for them. But it'd be cool. It would just be cool to see. And like that might also not. It doesn't have to be the most cracked in half thing. If you were like very intentional about it and made them a lot more like the spirits of like usually how the boss Borak gets like it's just kind of okay. What are we looking at time-wise? 33 minutes in, and we're going to be... Yeah, so probably by, like, the 45-minute mark, we will have finished the vast majority of... We'll probably be done this stage at the 45-minute mark. Also, I should have spent my SP a different way, but that's okay. You need a bravery and a smash... how about a cheer? I don't think Disrupt matters at this point, but I also don't think Yume's SP matters at this point. That's not lethal yet. What else did we do before? Well, here, have this again. Oh, it's probably just because some spirit's been activated. Okay. I need to also just like not be a bad combo player and like really sandbag these turns. Instead, we gotta just like blitz through them. Also, yes, Super Robot Wars W was my recommendation. Okay, great. Yeah, that is what I remember it being. That's what I've had it in my head. But this, if anything, this channel is also a body of work dedicated to my decline over my like age or my ability to remember things. I the studio never missed. They did 64 A R D J G C X O W K L B X N U. So many golden era. those are a lot of the names that I like regularly here. The only other one that I like think of as people calling good is Z. We also we sound like we were babbling toddlers talking about this series collectively. Yeah, like what are your recommendations? Yeah, like 64 ARDJ GC XO WKI LMNOP, right? What? It sounds so silly when you like try to put them all together. I love it. Like I love it's like appropriately goofy. I also cannot wait for how are we still not hitting here? Also we need to get a fortune up before I forget. I mean, I guess this like doesn't. Is there something else in here that we could use? Is that lethal? No. Okay, we just need a Mio. That's fine. We could be really wasteful. Doesn't matter. It takes. I think this is right. This is my problem. It takes more time to try and figure it out in the specific when we just like have a really good, easy answer that we could just do way faster if I'm just like willing to waste some things. Right, like that was faster than me trying to figure stuff out, which is a shame because I would much rather figure stuff out. But okay, you're. Spirit of Steel is, I think, probably the defensive one, I'm guessing. Are you dead? That feels dead. Or as dead as whatever we think is actually how this is going to work. Can you not be brought below 100? Is that, yeah, Spirit Endurance, okay, that's fine. Why don't you, here's a smash. There's nothing to pierce, that works. There's smash hitter. That probably is enough collectively, because like this is still, yeah, that's good. You need here. I guess we can also rock Remel now, because we really don't. I don't know if we care about what her active effect is. We just care about her passive, and this will put her to 3 because she starts at 2. Have a Zeal back. Have a Bravery. A Crush. Just turn everything on. Who cares at this point? Right, we did just turn the Mercy on. That's fine. There we go. Okay. Oh, here. Okay. Hold on. We can do this again. Oh wait, no. But now we are definitely just wasting time. Because she can't go over 100. Never mind. I was gonna sit here and farm like it was gonna do something. Yeah, Alpha and Z are the mainline games. They are infamously 3 teams. The mainline team, AI, before being shut down, who would have handled handhelds, and the OG team. Okay, I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can try to remember that. That feels like useful information to have. As much as I like to press I know about these games, the like development portions of them are pretty well lost to me. Okay. I'm assuming like we collectively probably know, but do you in particular, Control Guy, know why the AI team was shut down? Apologies if you have told me once before and I've just forgotten. It's become clear when you play the game between each three has very different design philosophies. Yeah, I imagine that's probably true. I look forward to the point where I am experienced enough with it that I will be able to see that. I guess, does this still look like how the quote mainline ones look? Because this feels very different than Alpha to me. Or do we just have, like, do we have one singular collective team now that we've been, like, rendered to this, like, much more basic state of, like, one game of a geological era? But, like, that does, I guess actually, so, I guess I probably could tell right now. Because so far, Alpha feels not the same as R does. And R and D, or whatever the one whichever the handle that comes after R is, feel very much like each other. They feel like more of the same. And Alpha feels decently close to the complete box. Although I think I said a couple of times that the complete box is based off of the same engine with Alpha, but I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure it's the complete box and F/F final are the same engine. Okay, rock on. That's even slightly faster than I thought. This is 40 minutes. Oh, that's interesting. Is this the same mission or a on the list of when I was looking at Akarasu, I wonder if this is the same or a different task. Like, we'll tell you back to intermission between them or not. This feels like this might just be a boss stage, so you here. I'm a little sad that we like stopped using Kira. He was fun for a bit. Where's the Grid Knight? There you are. That's probably good. Boss stage? Sure. Oh, that's interesting that they're behind us. Look at this very slight map variety. What do we got here? Barao, Yoma Emperor Barao. Ball Disabler. Negates income weapon effects, stats halved, immobilize. I can never remember all of these, so I'm gonna have to read it every time, sorry. Morale down, SP down, energy down, mobility down, sight down. Okay. Demonic power, plus 50% final hit and dodge rates and crit rates. Enemy units within 8 spaces lose 10 morale at the start of own phase. Okay, well we're never gonna deal with that, so that doesn't matter. Okay. Objectives: Yom Emperor Barao and Animus Beast of Beetalo destroyed. Okay, great. AI filed for bankruptcy after 35 years. They also worked on some of the Bomberman games. That's a shame to hear. Not that they worked on Bomberman, but they filed for bankruptcy. The timing of that was really bad. Yeah, and then you're back too. Okay, we're not even gonna bother with the generics this time. Let's just cook. That does not surprise me though. I think a lot of like these kind of studios got consumed in the like war machine that was like the modern like design console war. Okay, sorry, I guess we're gonna kill a couple of generics to get Hayate to... I guess maybe we don't need to, because we'll get there through... Nah, it's fine. Whatever. We'll kill this one, then we'll go to the boss. 15,000. He still gets so much money. I know we had a money doubler on him, that's why, but... Okay. Midolo. You need a soul. And why not a press in case we want to try and like jump you over. You need to be. I don't think anything has stopped Intimidate so far. which has been like probably the most oppressive of our abilities. That and Analyze has been some of like the most oppressive effects we've been able to apply on enemies. So it's kind of a shame that they don't stop those at all. You don't even have that much morale at this point because we haven't killed all the rest of the generics, so we can actually just... We can probably do this without needing to spend anything else. Oh, not yours. I guess I was wrong. I guess Xion doesn't have a Dawn Fairy. Where are you, Sho? There we go. It's probably pretty close. I think someone else has a Dawn. Doesn't Yomogi? Sorry, Koyomi have a Dawn? Yes, he does. Right. May as well use that before we end up combining. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's still not doing as much as I was expecting it was going to. We even have the soul on. Okay. I guess it just has a like metric ton of HP. We can smash. That'll help. I forgot I didn't have that on yet. That's like the one thing that Hayate can't do on his own. I guess we can watch this. We don't get to see. We haven't got to see this like weird eyeball monster in a while. And we also haven't seen Magical Girl Jet Fighter in a bit too. Yeah, so once this stage is over, we still have a Godzilla stage to do, which will probably end up being the same as the previous Godzilla stages we've done, or close to it. That's one. The Dark Gundam went down way too fast. I have a sneaky suspicion that it might come back, and that might be how we revive some of the other bosses to fight them again. That's two. I think we've taken care of most of the like real robot bosses by this point. So I think that's probably fair game. And then the third one would just be the like actual boss of whatever this is going to be. Be that one of the characters we've already fought, or actually surprise secret JRPG style, the incarnation of evil, as opposed to hate. That's actually been pulling the strings the whole time. Or like maybe Beetlo fuses with the like big green thing we fought before into some like super combination. As of now, there is just mainline team and the original generation team, although the last game was although their last game was Moondwellers back in 2016. Yeah, so like they exist very nominally, but made worse by Terada, former producer of Super Wars and biggest advocate of OGs, leaving BB Studios as the name for the studios after Bandai Entertainment and Banpresto merged. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that checks out. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Like we say this a collection. I think we've said this a lot in the community that like we are just continuing to get left on the wayside, and that seems more and more true as we're seeing the people who originally like pioneered what pioneered the series and made the series the like high quality thing that we all dream of. As they are leaving for like other projects or just to like retire because it's been going for a while. It is sort of like getting turned into the schlock of, or it's like joining the schlockification of AAA and AA titles. Okay, I'm gonna wait to read that. Oh no, not one of these again. Yoma Emperor Baro and Animus Beast Beetlo defeated in the same turn. If only one is defeated, they'll arrive at the start of the next ally phase. Okay, that's fine. That doesn't matter for us because we can do that easily. We're gonna kill everything in turn one anyway. But you'll remember from my R playthrough if you've watched it that I complained about that exact effect so much. I would need to keep the animations on for this. Because, like, if you are dealing with the objective correctly, if you are playing to your optimal already, odds are you're going to be doing this from the first place. So like, it's barely an objective. But if you aren't, it's like super obnoxious if you like can't already do that. Can we just get close enough to? Oh, we can. Okay. I was gonna try and like press into it, but we don't need to. Here's a persist. I don't think Pierce does anything if we're already here, so we may as well try. Turn that off. Oh, we can crush with boss. That will help. Yeah, great. You got 40k left. Let's see if we can get Save Us up to that amount. How about a Bravery? I like that he has both Bravery and Faith. In my mind, they are very much a paired set, but I think it's just because of Final Fantasy. Which, if you do not play those games, Bravery raises attack and Faith raises magic, respectively. Typically, how they work. I guess we can have we did make Shard decent, so he can go back there and probably do something. I don't know if that's... Yeah, whatever. We need to not worry about that. Okay, that needs a lot more damage. Still, never mind. Maybe we should have. How about Cross? You are kind of actually decent. How about a Bravery for you? Yeah, this'll work. And then Save Us will have enough. Okay. You need a Blessing and a Cheer. That's good then. Sick. 192,000 funds, okay. Just in case you want to try and bring someone into playability when you're in the end of the game. Yeah. No, don't you worry, buddy. I'm coming for you in a second. 3 as 1. I guess this doesn't matter, but we can do it anyway. You're not doing anything else, you may as well use that trick. Have a smash. And I forgot that Yomogi has Valor. If we analyze, that's going up to 4,500. This is needless, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And then I think Shikishima should put that at least, because 300 power on top of all of this should be plenty of extra damage. Yes, it is. Okay. What else can we do to? No, you're pretty well already. You're pretty well already as set as we need you to be. We can't crush. Crushing doesn't do anything because we already established that it has all defender. Yeah. Okay. And now we just keep wailing on it. Nope, that wasn't the right one. That's fine. There's rumors that Terada being hired as an advisor, but I don't think it was ever confirmed. Yeah, that feels very like wishful. That feels very wishful thinking. He also said he wanted to give the younger gen the freedom and chance to see their vision. You know what? I can respect someone of the older generation going, let me try and stand out of the way for new people to be able to create stuff. I will give the man credit there. But realistically speaking, original generation, it's probably dead and not getting any more games. It really wasn't selling. Yeah, I thought I remember that a lot of original game stuff was pretty poorly received. Because it was just like not a recognizable name. Like you kind of need to like already know what Super Robot Wars was to want to buy into it. But also because the difficulty was just like wildly out of proportion compared to what people were used to. That like for people who were just playing way more casually, they put it down right away where they were like, I don't even know how to complete this. Like this is way too hard. Which is like super gonna tank your sales. The future games being this new format, I hope not, but we are 2 for 2 so far. Yeah, that's exactly where I am. I don't mind the idea of them continuing to refine what is happening here. I think there is a good game somewhere in the middle of all of this, like, filler content. But that doesn't change the fact that if given the option, I would prefer to go back to the old way. And I don't think that's just a, like, one for nostalgia. I would like to think I'm somewhat discerning about my take in games, or just, like, media in general. And, like, the concept of a playground, I think a playground describes, or a sandbox. Like, the concept of a sandbox, I think, is very tantalizing, but it gets very tiresome when you can't impose, like, when there are no restrictions imposed on you. Why was I doing that? I started doing that for some reason. I don't know what it was, because we're pretty well, like, I guess oh, no, I remember what it was. It was gonna be L. Yeah, I mean, did we already have soul from something else? Okay, that's fine. At least as far as I'm concerned, I probably don't have, like, much more to speculate on because it's, like, so far out. For like, we're not even finished with this yet. Not like my playthrough. Like, we're not even done with the DLC for this game yet. And given how long it took between 30 and this, like, there's so much that could change in the meantime. Like, who knows if we're going to even get another one of these games, as, like, painful as it is to say. But, like, it is a realistic possibility. From what I've seen, this has sold really well, though. I think people have, like, largely received it really popularly, and I've seen, like, quote, regular streamers playing it. So I don't think we hit a low that would, like, keep us from seeing more of these games. But who knows? We're at 8, yeah. Yeah, OG has actual strategy. The games like Masao Kishin 2 and 2 OG had unfair BS difficulty. Terada was a big part in the series, even continuing. Also, the West got like 3 of those games. Yeah. That sounds. You are confirming for me roughly the, like, sentiment that I remember hearing about those. I'm all for, like, ludicrous levels of difficulty, but if it has that, like, really unfair kind of feeling where it's like, well, how was I supposed to do anything about that? How was I supposed to know? Or that if you, like, you know, I recognize I am someone who would like to dedicate, you know, days and hours to completing one map, but that a lot of people don't want to. Like, that's not going to feel fun. The beginning to then basically the Infinite Wars series, which is interesting, which is an interesting 3 to get. Yeah. So also I said Infinite War, but sorry, I read that. Yeah, like, I understood it was the Infinity War, like the Marvel, like the Marvel deal. Yeah, it feels very easy. I could imagine it would feel very easy to feel lost, even if you wanted to participate. If you were like, I heard about this cool Super Robot Wars thing everyone's been talking about, like, let me check out what it is, and then you jump into this, like, game that feels like it requires you to have a, like, universe's worth of context behind it to make sense out of it. I could imagine, I could very easily see why that might not Well, that might not do so well. Okay.
世界は渡さない。私たちの暮らしも家族も友達も。
Maybe this is already too in, because this does feel like pretty climactic, the way in which this is being asked to like kill the boss. It's very reminiscent of the second to last map from R. It's hard for me not to think of that. I will at least say, for as much as I've complained about maps, I appreciate that generally speaking, this map gets out of its own way. People start with high, like with, I don't know if it was max morale, but like pretty high morale. It may have been like plus 50 on top of what they normally get. There are not a lot of enemies. There are enough that if you need to try and chain enemies to like get your effects to spool up, there are enough there for that. But it really does sort of get out of its own way to allow you to do the boss fights that it wants to do. Are these boss fights particularly hard? I don't think so. A lot of their challenge comes from letting them take turns, and you probably don't want to do that. Even if you're not doing what I'm doing, you're probably not going to want like let them take turns. Right? You got to deploy, what, 22 units or something? If you did like all in on a couple of characters like I did, and you just had like your stats generally distributed across all 20 characters and all 20 of them could do combat, split 10 front, 10 back, they're probably still not getting to take much of a turn, so I don't know how relevant those are. But at the very least, it has the good sense to like let you actually just do the boss fights. So I don't know if I would call it sticking the landing, because we also haven't even seen the whole the ending yet. But, it's at least finishing somewhat strong. Really, Super Robot Wars would have hit the levels of 30 and Y had earlier if we got to be properly and on Steam. Seed Destiny, Unicorn, Double O, Full Metal Panic, Eva. You think? Yeah, no, that's probably true. Yeah. I will say this. I will assent generally with like what I know about a lot of the reception of it, not necessarily coming from like my own personal experience with it, but no, that like that's probably fair. I attribute a lot of that to the public nature of Steam, and like Steam, generally speaking, Steam's inability to host a thing that doesn't try to like render everything down to like I hesitate to use the phrase easily accessible as if that's a bad thing, because it's not, but that like we are always playing towards only the lowest common denominator. There's a lot of like high quality indie projects on Steam that like usually get reduced as, but it isn't doing what this AAA thing is doing, as if that is like the only measure of what success is, as if that AAA thing is even doing it successfully. Just like 30, all the budget went to Dynazenon. Yeah, right. And because it's more publicly facing by being on Steam, you want to have a lot more. You want to spend, because it's so publicly facing. No shot Octavia can do that much damage. Good gracious, because it's so public facing. You want more people to recognize more of the names of it, rather than throwing in a lot of the oddballs. Like if you're going to have an oddball, you're going to have like one or two. Rather than I think a lot of other series where you might have like half of the cast, you might have like 6 or 7 groups that are like small oddball choices, which then inherently makes your budget either inflate to try and account for that, or you just dedicate all of it to it. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, you've talked with me into it more. To get the West in, you need massive heavy hitters like Eva or Gundam or Cowboy Bebop. X had Gurren Lagann and T had Cowboy Bebop. Those were slam dunks. I did not. I forgot that T had Cowboy Bebop in it, because I did not use Spike at all. But that probably did help its sales a lot. That probably did get a lot of people to go, oh. I actually don't know how many Cowboy Bebop games there are, but that probably did get a lot of people, if they were on the fence about buying it, to push into it. Do we get Reiko now? I would love if we got Reiko just to like speed this up a little bit. We got almost 1 million bucks also. Just note that we got almost 1 million bucks. For every 5 total score gained by allies, gain 1 assist charge. Cool. we're not using that really at this point.
これからの戦いのために万全の準備を。
No, do you just not get her if you didn't do the secret? That's a shame. Okay, I mean,
お待
fine.
ちしておりました。
Um,
これからの戦いのために万全の準備を。
are there any upgrades we could make? I guess we could like go here. Oh, I guess we could also make the Grid Knight. Like, we could finish that. That's fine.
万全の準備を。
Yeah, let's rock that. Well, at least we'll at least max out damage. Well, actually, yeah. Let's go over to weapons. We'll at least max out damage on all of the characters we are like usually going to combat with. Then we'll just buy up all of their stat points just to like. That's why we should have done from the start, but they're you're maxed out there. Okay, great. Is there anyone else we're doing a lot of combat with? We could maybe do it with the God Gundam. I think this is still, yeah, I think the math is that doing the points towards your weapons is still better
お待ちしておりました。
than like putting stats in. Obviously, like the answer is both if you can, but just I think weapons first is better. Oh right, yeah, 'cause we never actually. I guess at this point we could put stuff on the Grid Knight because we never actually did before. Here, have some more. At least we gave you attacker. I'm glad we didn't do this whole thing without attacker. Though it would have been pretty sick if we hadn't. And I got to this point and went, oh wow, we could just have more. You know what? Here, we'll give you as much SP up as we can. Because we kind of use your SP too. Yeah, okay, that seems fine. What's Spirit of Steel do? Use the parts command to activate the Soul Spirit. That would be good, but the other stats don't matter. That's fine. Just get us more. We're so close to buying this. Valor and Soul Spirits, Valor increases. Oh no, we definitely need to get up here. Okay, what can we cut in place of that? You know what? At this point, does this really matter? None of this matters. Yeah, none of this matters at this point. We're losing assist charges, I know, but we can get this back however much we want. Or do we just not? Oh, we still just don't have enough for 2 of those pips. Okay. We can get 10,000 extra. I think we were 100,000 short. I did not clock how expensive these were. Yeah. Oh right, because you need to get. I forget that you have to like stupidly get all of the points up to that point. Right? Like we have to do. Yeah, you have to connect everything. Never mind. I still maintain that we don't need the funds at this point. I guess we kind of care about the assist charges. Now that we're like at the game. Okay. Where are... That's good. Was it down here? There's an XP. No, it's an XP. Okay. I guess we're also... Yeah, we are more melee focused. The morale matters a little bit less because pretty much everyone that can attack power to all, yeah, pretty much anyone that can, that's good, hit morale amounts are like can do it on their own. Sure. Okay, save. Reiko is exclusively a secret, very mean, and IMO doesn't make too much sense plot-wise since she is here. Yeah, that does feel really weird. Like, what's the harm in giving her to us at this point when we're like so close to the end? Actually, like, no. Okay, so actually, sorry. I will put my stake on the fact that it is objectively better game design if you get her now. because I guess we haven't done with the Gundam pilots yet. Maybe not. It's objectively better game design now because that means you get to try her out enough to go, oh, how do I get her earlier? That like makes you want to go back and have a second playthrough to be able to get access to this character that you've been handed at the end of the game and see if you can get her earlier. Like that is just like that's what I think a lot of endgame content probably should be, is like encouraging you to want to have multiple playthroughs. Also, it looks like I was correct as far as the Devil Gundam goes. We also get to be super pushed up here. This is really nice. Where is... Oh, Domon is right here. The getter can be here. Save us wants to be part of this triangle. You don't actually matter in this triangle. How about there? And the Dynazenon. Oh, right. Actually, hold on. We can just make a real triangle instead. Right? We have the ability to finally hit everybody. Right? We can do that. And then just modify this square for whatever that plus 10 is, which I think is going to be here. That seems good to me. Right, I wanted to look at what the whether that last stage counted or not towards the number of maps we have left. We're doing Rumbling Space right now. Okay, so no, in fact, that did not count. Those were separate. But I am seeing that we have, generally speaking, very straightforward mission. Like, we're not like, we just have objectives that are handed to us right away. Yep. Okay. What are we working with? And it was all enemies defeated. Okay, sure, we can do that with, we'll do that with Hayate quick. Yeah, so these are, oh, this must be a Roubaix. Yeah, okay. Okay, now that we are here, what else do we have to talk about while we do this a second time? This was the square, right? Yeah. Spirits Press. Oh, I can definitely save us some time with that. By my count, last 3 maps. Yeah, okay. Great. I hope this one goes quickly. Because actually, you know what? That we could probably finish the game today. I know I said that before, but like we actually have a way to count that now. We finished that last map in about an hour. As long as I'm like willing to actually hustle, we can probably do these each at an hour. And if we have 3 left, we got 3 hours left. I might also just like, I might also go just a wee bit longer to make sure we finish today. Forgo, oh, that's not what I wanted. That's fine. I guess, hold on, let's see if we can just like one-shot a Roubaix. Probably. We'll use our accident. We'll forgo unit analysis at the end today, just for the sake of trying to get this finished. I guess if we do finish this, I did promise that we would have a Nuts and Bolts episode, so next Thursday. Surprised we don't kill there. Then whatever next time we would play this, if we do finish this, I will go through our Nuts and Bolts to try and like get some stuff that we can test out. But we would only do that for one episode. We only do that for one episode. Then we can jump into our whatever our new series is. So in this case, W. Because I do like doing those, and like they were received like actually really well. So I feel like they definitely have a place here. How is this not lethal? I guess we need to like dog you some. But it's just like harder to do that when I'm doing stuff that's live rather than pre-recorded. So like, we need to like find a way to make time for it. But I do think in the future, I might try and have that happen a little bit more in the middle of things and like deliberately plan for a nuts and bolts day. Great. And hopefully killing Uruve will push us to whatever the actual end objective is. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Right, we also need to be dashing more just to make sure we get all of our energy back. I haven't used Hayate and I mean, I've used them a little bit, but we need to like remember how he works. Okay, that was 2. I also want to see how the Reiko situate, like how her passive works. Oh, there we go. Okay. Did it happen in the middle there somewhere, I guess? This is still destroy all enemies. We just have more, there's just more chaff. Thanks, game. Thank you so much. I guess we probably could have made this slightly easier had we used Kira. I said I was sad we haven't used him, but if we get another 100,000 to work with, I might put everything into Kira. Just to try and get him some get the map attacks to make this a little bit faster. Because that would save us a lot of time. Because the only thing that was really holding him back was just like infinite presses. Well, it was just like being able to actually do damage and then infinite presses. And I suppose it would be less tedious when he was involved to go through the cycles, because we were like getting more than 1 kill. Like we're getting more than 2 kills a cycle. Yeah, I guess we'll try that. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so it just counts up with like no ceremony for Reiko, which is fine. I don't think it needs to. Just curious how it looked. Oh well, whoops, that was wrong. That's fine. We can correct that. It's gonna be a little more obnoxious to correct it. But... that is the price we pay. Also, for the past 2 days, I have enjoyed my friend Link Click, my holy grail. My sister also has lovingly dubbed it Gay Steins Gate. What's Link Click? Was Steins Gate particularly queer coded? I guess it probably wasn't. Oh, actually, here. Speaking of things you've recommended, where we've talked about, I have thoughts on. This is cheaper. I guess we'll do this now to save ourselves a little bit of resources. There we go. No, you got to be kidding me. Why are there more generics? Please, come on. That's so upsetting that we don't have a way to like reactivate Hayate. Is it just faster to like reset entirely to go get him back? It might be. But whatever the gacha game Slay the Spire is, I have played that, so I have thoughts about that. So I'll share those after this. But really interesting premise. 2 male MCs. One can go back in time via photos, and the other one guides him so he doesn't change the past. Very short elevator pitch. That does sound interesting. Like, I think time travel plots are really hard to get right. They tend to get really sloppy. So if you like have a theoretically good time travel story, that's, you know, a good sell. I'm interested. And I'm always here for like any queer media. I'm assuming it's an anime. And not a game, but I don't dislike the idea of that being a game though, that you have that would be a really interesting like detective story style game that I think you'd have to try and like pass clues onto yourself. It is like what was that Double Fine game called? Broken Age? It's like what Broken Age wanted to try and be, but actually good. Okay, we do need to switch all of these. I guess, well, actually, hold on. We could do this. We could be doing this without costing SP. We just need to analyze them. Spirits, analyze. It needs to be all of the Zamzazas. Yeah. I have very few time travel things. I like Steins Gate, the visual novel, especially ReZero, and Link Click. My top and only 3. Link Click, Clink, Clink Clang, Bing Bong. I'm going crazy fighting all of these generics. Link Click is a Donghua, but does have JP and EN dubs. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess I do use the word anime very sloppily to just mean like anything that is like East Asian like style animation. Or like I will call what's the anime that's really popular right now that's a webtoon, which is what my point was going to be. Solo Leveling, like I'll call Solo Leveling a manga, and I know it's like not technically a manga, just yeah. 2 seasons, each 11 episodes, then one technical arc with 5 episodes. Okay, so what? So we 27 in total. That's not that long. That's not that bad. I guess actually, hold on. Does that finish it though? Because I could see where you could like really drag that plot out for a lot of seasons. Now that we can kill with the Kaiser Knight Double Storm, this is way faster, so we can just be using Mari instead to save ourselves some time, right? Oh, no, never mind. He's over 200, so actually, no, it is just faster to do the second. We're getting more out of it that way. Forget what I said. Assist here. No, it's currently ongoing, mainly because season 1 and 2 are really prologues for the main story. Oh boy, okay, cool. That to me deeply codes as originally light novel that has now just like grown beyond itself. When light novels are 1,000 chapters long, or 4,000 or more. Oh. Okay, sure. There's so many. There's so many. Oh, actually, no, hold on, sorry. I've been doing this silly. I guess we'd also have Char. He is also kind of... He is someone who can do this a little bit. Let's put Olibe next to him. Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna like try and see if we can get her a kill somewhere in here, but it doesn't matter. Then we can put Randy here for a rouse, because Char still needs the morale too. Olibe has her plus 100. This also actually just benefits Stomone too, so that was like triply helpful. No, it was quadruply helpful because we also have someone that's hurt now, so we can also like have quests. Get some XP here. Okay. He's already been pressed. Do you just like, are you actually lethal though is the question? Yes, you are. Good stuff. You just don't kill here though. 10% extra is not making that lethal enough. Okay. That's fine. Let's just deal with these generics with Char first. I kind of entirely forgot that we made Char. I kind of like wrote him off after he wasn't killing some of his other enemies efficiently enough. But that's not fair. I guess we can, like, this can be very easily solved by just having, like, any one of our, like, dozens of other units down here chip them all first. Also, you mentioned the gacha. Chaos Zero Nightmare, that's the one. And Duet Knight Abyss have both dropped now and have had interesting developments. Yes, it's Chaos Zero Nightmare. I tried that game for as long as I could, and there was just nothing. There was just nothing going on for me. It was like way too easy for my liking. And at least for the parts of Slay the Spire that I really like, which is a lot of the customization, it felt a lot more like regular gacha gameplay that someone had just like upgraded into a card game. Like someone had just like pivoted into a card game style rather than making it a card game from the ground up. It feels like it's really relying on the like incredibly gratuitous fan service. Like I would go so far as to approach some of those characters as like the kind of softcore. Like there's a number of those characters that have everything out. And like if that's what you're in for, I'm not here to stop you. But I don't want that to like carry the gameplay for me, you know? Like I did not need to think about my turns and like actively had mechanically incompetent turns and was still clearing like laughably easily. Like I know it was still part of like the early game, but if I don't have to think at all for the early game, I don't want to have to slog through like 100 hours of kind of not thinking to get to a spot where I maybe get to think a little bit. Because at that point, like, why not just play more Slay the Spire? Like I have dozens of DLC characters that I haven't, or like Steam Workshop characters I haven't used. Like that feels maybe that feels like that's answering the thing that I want this game to be, like trying to force this game to be. Duet Knight Abyss seems to have turned away the Warframe people. Oh, I forgot that there was a like new gacha anime style Warframe game. Then Chaos Zero Nightmare currently has drama going on with Korean players because MTR'd and the MC not being the focus enough. Yeah, I mean, whenever we have those games that have like the main character's not like actually on screen because it like wants to be about the gacha characters, I do feel like you could very easily feel like disconnected from whatever it is you're doing. You feel really disconnected from whatever it is you're doing if you're like there for the main character. Simply because like their point is just not for them to be on screen as much. Interesting because Chaos Zero seems to have hit big in the West for people who like the gameplay loop. There's also an undeniable focus on the fan service for sure. Yeah, like I think if you're trying to talk about that game and you like don't acknowledge the fan service, I think you are missing part of what the draw is. I think it is fulfilling I think it's very much filling a lot of the loop that a lot of people want out of Slay the Spire. But I think what a lot of people wanted out of Slay the Spire was more of like I feel like this is gonna come off as being diminutive, and I don't mean it that way. But I think what a lot of people wanted was a lot more of the non-Ascension based Slay the Spire gameplay. Like I stopped playing Slay the Spire not because I got to an Ascension level that was too hard for me, but because I got tired of the game first, and I kept using Ascensions every time. And like I recognize that is very much not everyone's experience with it. Who else can analyze? Someone else has got to be able to analyze. Can Lelouch do it? I think he probably could. Yeah, that checks out to me. And it does feel like you are playing a roguelike deck builder. Oh, that wasn't even nearly enough. Okay. Like, it certainly has that feel, but I think it only feels like it in the abstract. It doesn't feel like it's trying to be a card game so much. I really valued being able to add more cards to my deck, either in like over the course of a lot of different interactions and plays, or deliberately crafting a deck ahead of time and bringing it to the match, where it felt like the cards were sort of too crafted to do something specific and were handed to me immediately. Like there's the girl that throws knives a lot. One of her cards is like, discard a specific card name that she has. When you discard that card, do like 60% damage equal the number of times you've discarded that card. And that card said, when this card is discarded, do its damage again. Like, that synergy is too hand-built in my mind. I want to, like, try and find those things on my own, rather than just, like, being given to me in her kit by default. Right? And it just feels like I guess it feels like I've changed the cooldowns of, like, a hero shooter style game for just like rolling them through my deck. But your deck is so small already that it is basically just like cooldowns, because you're going to see those cards basically every 3 turns, at least early on. But I've not looked at Duet Knight Abyss. I probably should, seeing as I like also have more than a fair stake into Warframe. Again, I don't want this to come off like in any sense of like moral superiority or anything. Like it's a video game. I think I should be more concerned how much time I've spent on it than anything. But if you've played Warframe before, I am MR L5, so like know that this is coming from a perspective. And I've also here are the two things. I am MR L5, and I, at one point, had an account that got wiped because I didn't log on to it soon enough while I was in college, that had an Excalibur Prime, not Excalibur Umbra, Excalibur Prime on it, because I played that long ago. So, like, understand that this is, like, a long-term investment for me if you're familiar with the game. If you haven't, like, that's probably just babble. But, like, it's probably in my due diligence for having been part of the game for so long to, like, probably see what the other versions are looking like. I feel I must redeem myself with a non-Gunnar game recommendation. Don't feel like you have to on my account. I do like teasing you about it sometimes because it is funny how Gunnar-y they are. But, you know, like, I appreciate the suggestions, right? I'm not playing them begrudgingly. I do take it pretty seriously. I'm willing to overlook those parts if like the gameplay is meaningful. What we got though? Deck Tamer is another recommendation. Deck building roguelike with a creature collecting twist. A demo is currently on Steam. That does very much sound like my speed. I do like creature collectors too. I will give that a try. I can report back to you, especially because the demo takes like so little like time investment to try. I've been so bad about trying demos before. I like seldom try them. And that has definitely made me like waste a lot of money buying games that weren't actually good. I gotta like get better about using them as a resource. You pick a starter creature card, then decide what creature your deck will be made of, and you can capture the enemy creatures. Their styles also very distinctly reminds me of Magic. Oh, sick. Okay, yeah, you are speaking my language. I appreciate the recommendation. Yeah, I've been hankering for a creature collector lately too. Oh man, there's so many Zamzazas. Why are you so bad against them? Okay, maybe we will leave the. There's so many of them. There's still 42 units left. Why is this designed this way? Oh lord. Okay, I guess we'll leave these for the Grid Knight, but we don't. Okay. Here we can let's do a loop to get, where are you, Oli? To second the Jet Jaguar. You can hear parts. You take the whole one. Oh, we never changed the horn off of the Grand. We should do that. I probably don't need to at this point. It doesn't matter. Okay. You can take the second. And then we need to analyze. Hopefully there's only. Okay, we've just analyzed most of them by now. That's good. Or that's not good because we also weren't killing them. Are these the only three we didn't analyze? Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was just the one I was looking at we hadn't analyzed yet. Is this? It doesn't matter. Is this lethal now? Yes, this is. Okay. Yeah, so we can have the Kaiser Grid Knight take care of those then. Okay. And this is the end, right? Yes, this is the end. Thank goodness. I hope the other ones are more just boss stages than to like account for this like heinous disrespect of our time. Like, there's so many generics for the end game. Okay, you know what? Hold on. Sorry, no. This is an unfair complaint. This is a really good way. You get so many characters at the end of the game that I was like, oh, it's pretty lame that you get all these characters at the end of the game. You don't have time to use them. Like, this is what this is for. So never mind. This is half good. This is good if you have characters you want to trade up and couldn't do that any other way. It's just that it's not necessary for me where we are in this playthrough. My apologies, game. You did something right. Let me give you credit for that. Okay, then this next second can go to Char. I also just mass collect Steam Next or Steam Fest demos and never play them. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, better than just mass collecting just Steam games in general. Also, we wasted a lot of SS there, but that's whatever. I just want to say it out loud because I recognize that. It just didn't matter. Because at least if you're collecting demos, those demos are free. Rather than paying like $15 or $20. Like even that amount. But if I have like I think I have like 600 like $15 or $20 games hidden. Like that's so much money. I wish I had that money instead. I don't. Okay, sorry. I was gonna say I don't understand. I do understand. Like I understand, like corporation-wise, why they've done this, but I don't get how it's okay that Steam doesn't let you interact with your unplayed games better. Like if I've never played a game before, I think the like 3-4 hour time window to return is still probably fine. But if like they can keep track of whether I've like opened the game or not. Like if they have that information, just like let the counter tick from once you've actually purchased it. I know I understand that there's some logistical reasons why like returning games are weird, where like that company may have flopped, they like might not be able to, like that company might not exist anymore. The way in which you acquire something through sales might change the price of it, but I think there's some sort of in between that makes it work that we're like not seeing here. Because like, man, there are some games that I was promised something and they are not that. Like I can't get over how disappointing World of Horror was. I was so excited to play that for this spooky season. We also did not need to do this loop. This was a waste. I was so excited to play it, and it's just so nothing. I've complained about it before, so I won't do it again. Oh, I forgot I was on the monitor. Oops. I saw a message from my friend from Discord. And that one's supposed to be on stream. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But that was so disappointing. I wish I could have returned that because I played that for less than 3 hours and I knew. But buying isn't owning anymore, so why should we get that luxury? Creature collectors, you kind of are starved for choice. That is true. Yeah, no, that's 100% true. Aethermancer is in early access. Digimon Time Stranger dropping last month, then Pokemon Z to A. Is it really Z to A? Is that really how it's said? That in 4 months, Monster Hunter Stories 3 will release. I never got into the Monster Hunter Stories games. I enjoyed Modern Monster Hunter. But I also think I really like Modern Monster Hunter as a thing I could play with my friends. I will still play it. I would still play it when they weren't doing it, but I definitely was way more invested when I had other people to play with. Which is, I guess I pointed out because that is atypical. It's atypical that I feel that way. Where I will be just as happy going off on my lonesome. Yeah, and there's like there are a lot of indie projects that are fun, but they're only so-so. There are admittedly a lot of good ROM hacks that are coming out. So if you have the ability to interact with ROM hacks, there's definitely some good ones. I suspect though we might see a burgeoning growth in the Creature Collector now that I'm pretty sure we saw that Nintendo's claim on Creature Collector has failed as far as Japan is concerned. I believe that was shot down in Japanese courts, or whatever the system equivalent for trying to get a law passed is. I imagine it would be a court, but just it might not be. But that was shot down, so I do think that it'll feel a little more comfortable for people to try and develop them again. Hopefully that will knock out the precedent of Nintendo just trying to murder absolutely every single project that looks vaguely like Pokemon before it can get off the ground. But even Pokemon, I really want to do that with someone else. I think the secret sauce from when we were kids was the fact that we also got to talk to our friends about it. Even if you didn't trade or battle or link cable, even if you didn't do any of that, I do think the secret sauce of it was that you could just you had something collectively to talk about. But I do just miss the days when the internet didn't just have all of the answers for games. As much as what I'm trying to do is uncover all the answers for games, I think it is fun to just sit down with a piece of media. It could be a movie or a TV show too, or I think One Piece as a manga is really good for this. And just comb through everything and see all the little details that you pay attention to, and then go get excited about them to one of your friends. And then see what kind of details they've picked up, and they can trade secrets back and forth. I think it's a really high quality way to interact with media, and just how we have centralized everything and how everything needs to everyone needs to be able to finish all of the game and see all of the content and do all of the things all of the time with no barrier of entry is, I think, too much of an overcorrection, and it removes that joy of exploration and needing to cooperate with people that we used to have. This isn't going to be lethal, so I guess we will soul, because a soul should kill. Yeah. That's good. Once this map is over, actually, that'll be perfect. We can take a break. I do want to go and take a look. I think I still smell some heat in my house, so I wonder if I left a burner on or something. But if it's only for an hour, it's an electric stove, it'll be fine. I definitely know it's not my like heating because I don't have that on. We need to 3 special interests. 3 special interests me because right, Monster Hunter Stories 3 especially interests you. I'm caught up now. Because the characters aren't chibi anymore. That's also actually that might be my end too, because golly, that definitely turned me off for it. As it looks like a kingdom with evil monster tamers and knights, that would be fun too. Yeah, thank you for putting that on my radar. That might be worthwhile because I had sort of written off that series. It's just like this one isn't for me, so I'm not going to pay attention to it. But that's good to know. Maybe we got it in there. It was an incredible overreach by Nintendo. I don't know why they thought they would get away with it. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of companies are pushing to get away with a lot of things right now. And I think they just kind of want to try and see what they can do. And I think this is just an example of it. Like Nintendo has re-become the juggernaut that it once was as like de facto name of video games once because of the Switch. So I think they felt untouchable because like kind of up to that point they kind of were. I'm glad that they are wrong, but I am not surprised that they tried. But I'm also more than glad to see that plan fall apart. I think it is, because I have like not said it like very directly, I think it is utterly heinous, the clan. Okay. I think that's Char's job generally done now. I think we can move back to the Dinosaur. Even if you weren't doing this, like outside of what I was saying about like trying to farm a character up, in which case you probably would be doing something like this, I don't see how this one was fun when we've been fighting these generics the entire time. At least with like the end of R, they introduced like new characters, right? That like the Hell Knights, or no, is it Hell Knight and Death Cane? The red and blue chess pieces from the Zambot 3. First show up like right at the very end of the game, so at least you have like a couple new kind of characters to like consider. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Then you need here. Yeah, Nintendo is going on Winter 2 console. Is going on Winter 2 console. I cannot speak. I know what you meant. Yes. In terms of the console wars, the last 2 consoles have sort of been the winners of the console wars. But I think that's also like, I think that's because they are kind of the only ones that are like actively trying to compete. Where I think like the PlayStation and Xbox kind of know that PC is just going to be superior in a lot of ways. None of this like PC game master race nonsense, like nothing like that. Just there's like obviously more accessibility to it because people tend to have computers already, so not needing to buy like a whole extra piece of hardware and put in your home, let alone the extra cost of it, makes it way more accessible. Because like you see a lot of those consoles also trying to just be something else other than a console that is like full home entertainment system that you watch TV shows through it. I don't know what else you can do with it. I think there's a lot of like social media apps you can probably access on there. That feels really cumbersome. But they've tried to suggest that that's like a resource you can use them for. To try and like differentiate them, to give them rather than going deeper and higher quality into like one distinct feature, they're going instead for like variability. Because like even a lot of platform exclusives are just like not as desirable anymore. There's fewer of them, and they are, I would say, that's not what I wanted to do. In my humble impression, not that much different than a lot of their like other contemporaries. I think we're just gonna have. Maybe we won't have wasted that. Can we one-shot you? We probably can if we can drop you by, what, 50, 120 morale. Okay, who's got Daunts left? We might as well do this now. I apologize. I really should have been gunning it for the bosses earlier. Just in case, for whatever reason, destroying them makes enemy units retreat. Because that is like a distinct possibility. I do deeply loathe the Pokemon discourse. I reach my breaking point with the new game. At some point, we need to stop repeating the same talking points. Also, apologize for the poor texting. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I'm genuinely struggling to get words out. It's not because I'm struggling to read what you were saying. I think I am being, like, rendered inable because of the repetition that's happening in this game, too. But yeah, no, it does. I would agree with you. It does feel like every time, at the risk of repeating what I've said about this, it does feel like every time a new game comes out, like everyone unfurls their scroll of commentary about X video game, and then like says it again because like that's what you need to. That's just part of the process of like that new game coming out. Yeah, no, it's so tiring. I mean, like, I don't, like, there's a reason I don't have much, if any, social media, because I just don't want to be on a platform that, like, constantly does that, so I don't need to hear it. And I think I am all the healthier for it. I'm on your phone, if you're on your phone, so clearer texting, in theory. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We'll just blame it on YouTube. I'm sure you texted it right, and YouTube just bungles up in the mix. Well, we've got external hardware we can blame. Okay. Mercifully, we are close to being finished. We still need some more. Oh yeah, we definitely need to second you. You're out 2 ways. Good. Oh, yeah, you still have 1 left too. Cool. But I've like mentioned a couple of times. But if you are also like, if you, someone watching in the VODs, if you are like getting depressed by this commentary, like this conversation because you're feeling it too, board games really are what I think a lot of video games used to feel for a lot of us. If you've not played a modern board game before, I highly recommend it. They're real top quality. And if you're like, but I want something that's like how video games are, like I want a long-term game, like an RPG. Boy, howdy do we have this. They don't have to be D&D. Gloomhaven and Frosthaven are just immaculate takes on the like long-term RPG genre. You open that box and you play a different scenario every time you crack it open, and it feels like playing a lot of like playing a lot of like old RPGs, at least to me. There are a number of others. I don't know them as well, so I like can't give as much hard of a recommendation, but I have spent probably like 200 hours with Gloomhaven. I'm not nearly done it yet, and I'm not nearly tired of it yet either. There's a lot of really good things happening in that space, and I am fortunate to have it every day. If you're tired of having to deal with people doing video games online, not to say that the board game community is not like entirely free of schlock discourse, but overall, I would say it's like also of all of the nerdy communities, probably one of the healthiest. I think it's still has that like gameplay story integration. People being like really tinky about playing optimally, or like only wanting people to play optimally. But a lot of the other like common gripes are largely not seen, which is I think a rarity and good. This is my least favorite trope of Super Wars, just tossing seemingly endless generics. I guess it's also for Power Fantasy, but like the novelty wears off. Yeah, no, it super does. It feels like we've switched genres. I feel like I'm playing a Muso game, which is not what I signed up for. And like, I also don't like, I understand why I am told why I should feel like this is a Power Fantasy, but I don't understand why it is a Power Fantasy. I don't feel powerful destroying things that like barely stand up to me. I would feel much more powerful if I like had to destroy, if I like had to fight something that actually rivaled my ability. But if I can like look at something and wrist flick it away, if I like exist around it and it crumbles in my presence, like that does not feel powerful. That feels like it has very yes man energy. Right, we want to look at Kira. What are you missing? We can give you some. Oh, you have none of the gunfighting? Okay, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Oh wait, this will be really easy to correct because we can just hit one node and it'll get all those points for us now. Great. Weapon upgrades, scale upgrades, customization. I don't think I don't think this is all the way gunned up yet. Okay. And that will probably make this go a little bit faster. Good, you have the attacker though. Gunfighting. We don't even have enough for all of those. Okay. Well, we'll get as much as we can. And we don't even have any ranged ones. Okay. We'll see how much this does for Kira. I will change his parts around, though, to reflect that. See if we can, like, you know, save ourselves some time there. Actually, hold on. We're going to be all allied map weapons. Yeah. Sure. We'll do the map attack ones. That's good. Does the second also restore ammo? HP, energy, and cures all conditions. That's really disappointing that she does not restore ammo. There's got to be someone who does, though, right? I don't want to use Rick. I don't want to put her on screen. Pierce, Mercy, Trick, Smash. Faith, Press, Persist. That's unfortunate. Okay. How many points of ammo do you have? We can probably put a part on that helps. This only has 6 uses. Oy, 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 oy. You know what? Okay, hold on. No. This is fine. We don't need to go that hard on this. Because really, really, we just need to clear out a lot. It doesn't need to do all of them. Right? It's just to try and make it faster. It doesn't need to be through the whole map. How does this work again? The attack power of the unit's strongest weapon becomes 6,000. This effect does not apply to units that already have a weapon with 7,000 attack power. This does not affect combination attacks. Okay, I don't think this matters for us anymore. So let's take that off, especially because what we're going to be doing is the Super Dragoons. And because of how we upgraded our damage already. Yeah, okay. Show me the grade and we'll figure it out from there. I know I was like, ammo at some point, but I hope it wasn't just the hyper reloader. I hope we had a couple other ammo parts because it actually would help now. Parts command soul. Weapons give 20 crit. We don't care about the terrain. We already have that set. Yeah, we just need things to improve the damage on it. And I would prefer things that, like, by default improve damage. We can take it off of another pilot if we need to. I just, like, don't necessarily love the idea. This is only 100? It's not nothing. I don't love the idea of taking it off of someone who we're actively using. Just, like, having more of them would be better, right? Like, Char was able to, like, save us a lot of trouble there. So I don't want to like take parts off of him. Though I don't dislike the idea of putting the Prana Converter onto Kira if he's going to be taking out a large chunk of enemies. So maybe we will do that. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, that was on the Stella Velos. I forgot about that. Okay, well, no, we're still going to do that there. And then I feel like we have at least some of the Aura Molsks or whatever. No, the Pro-Photon chips. Is that what it was? We also might need something to start on Kira, like how we had done before. But that's just fine. Oh, take that off of Atherin. He's wasting that. Okay. Yeah, that feels probably good. We should put something back on the Stella Velos though, because we are still using him. I guess we'll give him the 100 plus the Spirit of Fight or whatever it is. Spirit of Power. Like that's still something. So that's fine. And then Prana Converter doesn't matter because we aren't moving around for energy. We're just gonna be moving around for ammo. Okay, to a new world. Our second to last scenario. Oh, Shirako. I forgot that Shirako was in this game. Is this the first time he's showing up? Surely not. Hold on. Let's look at that. Then we'll call it a break. I said all the Gundam pilots were gone, but I guess that's not true. Can we not sort this by series? It's kind of obnoxious. Oh, this Og is supposed to be spelled differently. Okay. Has Shirako not shown up before? I thought I saw the O in this style. Maybe there was a clip of it I saw. Because it's not here, so I guess we haven't fought it yet. I wonder if these don't show if they only see them in cutscenes. But, well, I guess Shirako's here. Which is Nito. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll respond to this comment I think you left me a while ago that I remember saying I need to respond to and I didn't actually do it. I would play more traditional RPGs, but lack of IRL friends does deter me, and friends who don't use D20 or online resources. But I do love D&D, Pathfinder, Robotech. Yeah, no, they're really cool. Yeah, but as good as those online things are, I think that they are a good stopgap to get you to be able to connect. But I do think the value of that kind of storytelling is best done in person. Yeah, I think finding a core group to do that with is definitely desirable. And it's especially really hard because people can want so many different things out of those. I think there's 6 or 7 different types of players who want to play RPGs. I'm not saying this for my own assessment. I just listen to a lot of people who have been in the space for a while trying to break down how to help people organize and find groups. And I think they usually land on either dividing them into groups of 6 or groups of 7. People who are for story, for gameplay, and what that actually means to each of them. But they are really cool systems. They are. I tend to think of them more I tend to think of D&D more similar to a PlayStation 5 as opposed to D&D being Sekiro or something. Because what kind of game you make with it is also really up to your DM. Because some people like to try and fight their DM, where sometimes the DM is on their side trying to help them do something interesting. And I think it's a very different experience. And if you're not into one, if you're into one, you probably won't be into the other. Yeah, it's also just so much time to try and get them set up really well. I usually was the DM for things. And I tried really hard to set stuff up for people, but it's just it's the meme about it being a hard time to get people organized and get people to join you for things is true. It's actually very real problem. Okay, let's leave us on. It's a shame you can't see everything too. I can't have all of these up at the same time for you to look at while I'm gone. But I guess I'll leave us on this screen so we can think about Kira. Let's all take ourselves a nice little break. We are halfway through today's playthrough, and we're also halfway through the end of the game. So this feels like a good time to stop. Please go take care of yourselves. Take your bathroom break if you haven't gone. Go get some water. Go get some food. If you haven't taken your medicine today, please go do that. I'm going to go do the same, and I will join you back here in a couple of minutes. Okay, I am returned. I got some of the leftover Halloween candy that I bought for the trick-or-treaters that didn't show up. Man, I was so sad. Been 2 years in a row that no one's shown up for trick-or-treating. I get it. My area is pretty rural. So I was not expecting a lot of... wasn't expecting a ton of people. We don't have any sidewalks. We have, like... you could probably walk around the roads pretty easily. We don't have a lot of people that drive through anyway. But there are also a lot of places that do trunk-or-treating. Which is, like, on one hand, good, great. I'm glad it feels safer. Please do that. But I'm also sad to see some of the fun of Halloween the way it used to be go away. We also get an actual triangle again, which is good. You go here. You go here. We want Kira, Char, the Dynazenon, and Hayato. Where did that come from? To get all of the buffs if they can. And then I don't know if I'm like a psycho for thinking this way, but I also really, the way this is set up is like very visually stressful for me, where like I would like to have all of my pieces set off to the side and then be able to put all the ones that are like locked in place correctly. Like be able to move something fully off the board. And then put it back on in place rather than having to like switch positions. It feels very distracting for me. Like I feel more prone to leave things in positions that aren't exactly what I want. You also got no trick-or-treaters? I'm sorry. We did before the virus. Yeah, I do. That's probably also just true too. That like some of it has to do with COVID. Okay. See, I knew the Dark Gundam was going to be back. I knew it wasn't going to be dead yet. Ultimate Cells restores 20% HP energy at start of own phase. Weapons gain 100 attack power each turn after sortie. That's really interesting. This is a good part. I don't know if it's new to this game, but this is the kind of stuff that I would love to see out of modern games. This is a good design. It's not a good design. It's a great design. It's not mechanically very good because it's delayed, but it's really interesting, and I want more stuff like this. Good job. Well done. Much appreciated. One thing, actually here, so we can talk specifically too. One thing that I would really super like to see, instead of double action or triple action that just gives them it outright, have something that triggers getting second actions. Like, if you attack the Dark Gundam with Bravery, it'll get a second action on its next turn. But if you don't specifically use Bravery or Soul, then it won't. Like, give us a trigger to force those second action checks. I think that would be way more interesting to me. Okay. Let's see what we can do with Kira now. You also need a lot more morale, though. Actually, I guess you can just do that for yourself. Yeah, okay. Okay, so one of these needs to be a regular kill for, like, we need to get this kill first to then, like, get into position for a map attack. Yeah. I know we're, like, so late into this process, but let's try and see if we can figure this out quick and see if this makes it a little bit easier for us. Hopefully, we don't even need to worry about it. That the last map is just going to be boss, so we can just, like, take care of it really easily. Okay. At the very least, you can learn from my mistakes and learn that you could have done this way sooner to speed up your process. Okay. You're dead. Is this post movement? No, this is not. Okay, so we need to do this one more time. Snipe, bullseye to make sure. Right, go here, and then we can post movement into the middle there, is I think what the plan's going to be. This probably isn't even going to matter because it won't work on the Dark Gundams, but we can at least try. Oh, you need stuff to be able to, you need to press still, so we gotta get that going. Assists, press. I think these games are way too scared of hidden triggers with something like that, which I kind of get, because if an SRPG hides information for you, it can make you feel cheated. Oh, I don't mean hide it. I mean like tell you. I mean like call it like double action bravery, and then say when this character is attacked with a bravery or soul spirit, it will get a second action on its next turn. Like make that absolutely front center and clear. Like so that you can play around it if you want, but forcing us to do that at least makes us like try to think about strategies differently. Because I totally get the want to like try to avoid things feeling random and therefore scummy. Yeah, no, I definitely don't make it hidden. If I said the word secret in there, then that was wrong of me. I apologize. Okay, how close are we here? Oh man, this does not do damage. Released in space. Okay. I guess here we can solve this a little bit through the rest of these. And like you can make a lot more of them advanced too, so that it was like, yeah, have bosses be able to take up to 4 actions. Have one of them check on a spirit use against them. Have one of them check on like enemies dying. That if it's like a pair of bosses. Or let's say there's a trifecta of bosses. These aren't necessarily going to be end game bosses, but they're just the ones that come to mind. If you're fighting the 3 black Tri-Stars, that if either of the other 3 black Tri-Stars get taken out, the remaining ones get an extra action for having seen the other one die, and then give each one also a unique thing like pertinent to the scenario, right? That if you are more than 4 turns into it, you've given them time to sort of set up. So if you're like on turn 5 or beyond, they'll also get an extra action. But just like have that be a window like right here that gives them extra choices, or gives them extra actions, and like make it really transparent. Okay. This is covering such a wide area. This might be, hold on. This might be worth it. I might be a map attack truther. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just on Barrage. This wasn't a full map attack. But like this is still very good. Does Snipe work on this? To non-map attacks. Okay, that's a bummer. I might be on board with map attacks now. In these style of games, though. In these style of games, this seems really good. I think, have we pressed? No, we have not. Okay, glad I checked. That would have been crushing if I had not done that. I wonder if we can take these into the lesser Dark Gundams. Yeah, I don't know. Anything that says more player interaction or like requires me to play around things more. I think I said this a lot in R. I don't think I've like used this phrase particularly here, but the more my plans can go wrong, I think honestly the better the game is, because that requires me to have to try and like make up new solutions. Like those are, as much as there's like story happening that the game is trying to tell you, when I have those stories of like, you wouldn't believe it, this attack missed because this ability has like a 50% chance to dodge. And I had this one character who I hadn't been using at all come in clutch because they just had a bullseye left over that I didn't realize. So like they're going to be on my team forever now, right? Like those are the kind of really fun stories that only come about when the game like says, here's your plan, I'm going to interrupt it, and then gives you something else you got to deal with. I think, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 6? I don't remember how wide of a range it is. We'll just go here. It'll be fine. Yeah, that was alarmingly efficient. Okay, we should have been down 1 or to the right 1. Okay, it is 5 range. That's still fine though. We can still grab this one. And then yeah, again, none of these have to be perfect too, right? We're just trying to like clear out as much as we can. Soul. And actually, is this just enough with soul, or do we need to crit too? We do need to crit to get those M's out. Okay, that's fine. Yesterday, I was watching a GDC talk by Mark Rosewater's Magic head designer. Yes, I do know that name well. I know you're like, I know you weren't saying it for me. I haven't seen that name in a while. And I need more of this niche. I also enjoy all the talks by Josh Sawyer too. Yeah, I mean, like Morrow, despite what you can say about him and being in charge of the company and making a lot of interesting decisions now, like if he's forced to or whatever, that's not the point here. He does have a lot of really good things to say. His Tumblr Blogatog has a lot of that kind of stuff too. Yeah, I do need more of that. I do need more of that kind of content in my life, kind of at all times. I just need more game designers to talk about design and audience feedback experience. Yeah, 100%. And I think it works really well with things like TCGs because, like, collectible card games are so deeply driven by player experience with them. Like, we constantly need to update TCGs to match what people's experiences with them is because of, like, competitive play or, like, pseudo-competitive play or like what people are having fun with in like casual play, that they're going to constantly be adjusted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's a real shame. Okay, I don't think we can get all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, we can't. Okay. And this one's too far away too. So I guess we go here. This would be, oh, and I forgot to press. Okay. Well, I mean, this was still helpful to clear out a lot of stuff. But yeah, that could have, you could see where that would be really, really helpful. If you like set that up really well. Do you remember what he was talking about specifically? Because I will gladly give some thoughts on that too. And it's not necessarily what you were asking, but as much as I don't play Magic anymore, I do still have a alarmingly encyclopedic knowledge of that game. I guess we better use some of this just to not waste it. We'll use love to see if we can get the extra damage off of this. Or the extra money off of this. That's not even that much more money. Okay. Oh, there he is. Oh, no, we definitely haven't seen Shirako here. That's my mistake. I don't know what I was thinking, because that portrait of Shirako is... Something's not right with his face. Yeah, this guy. The Volbelm. I'm expecting the Volbelm to fuse with the, like, Gris eyeball creature. I mean, the fact that he's not still here tells me that that might be a possibility that he might be at game. Okay. How... You probably have a ton of HP. Yeah, okay. Let's look at Shirako. We've not looked at him before. He has HP energy recovery. Okay. New type level 8. Genius. 25% hit rate, dodge rate, and crit chance negates the dodge penalty for being repeatedly targeted in the same turn. That's fun. Okay. I I think maybe speaking of game design though, I think maybe the real answer is maybe I just like with all the free time I have on my hands, maybe I just like need to make one of these games. See if I can like make the thing that I want to see. I think that is like always the pipeline though, is that you, like, you go into analyzing them, then you go into like reviewing them, and then you just like go into making the thing. I guess there's like no reason to bring Hayate here when we can just... We can like, we're just gonna keep doing this. Sure, it doesn't matter. I guess we have Hayate over here in case we do get the objective that we need to kill everything. Smash and... oh, we don't have these drives on yet. Okay, and... have a bravery, sure. Okay. Spirits, Zeal. Oh, actually, I don't think we looked at the Dark Gundam either. We looked at him, like, kind of, but can we, like, how much can we drop his stats? Oh, just completely. Okay. So actually crushing him does matter. And we have not... First, hold on. Did we analyze them? I think we did. I think we did that with the... Yeah, we did that with the Intimidates. But we have not daunted them to death yet. I guess we'll do sure. No, we shouldn't waste our time with Shirako because he's probably just going to gain more. There's no shot where he's here and we've not seen him yet that we aren't going to kill him here. So we're probably going to need to like that'll probably be the like actual endgame objective. So let's save daunting him until then, because he might just get more morale during the scenario anyway. Don't know why I went to Quest. Spirits. Don't. Okay. That's good. Right, we also need to use that crush actually matters. We'll use a bravery. We still want to use the smash. You don't need to be pierced. Okay, that I think is good. Yeah, I don't think anything else I'm forgetting. Yeah, and then this will be even more deadly this time. I guess we could be adding Shikishimas into the middle of this, but I think that's just wasting our SP at this point. Also, how can we still use Spirit? Oh, we're down by 2 morale. Okay, that's fine. This is 70. I guess we may as well. We have some left over. We can hit Steel now, and this isn't even with a soul. Bravery, Flash. We still need to crush. Why is this not up to 70,000 again? What are we missing here? Because our part gives Valor and Smash, which we have used. Is it just we're into potential now? Oh, it's probably just we're into potential now, which is not highlighted here. Okay, that's probably why. Yeah, because oh yeah, this yeah. The Smash made that a lot different. That's fine. Okay. Easy answer. You need to. I'm really sad that we like have not had much of a reason to use the Dynazenon reload. We got it so late into the game that there's just like little time to be able to like fully explore what it can do. I do think we like talked a little bit about it during a previous scenario about like the positioning of its spirits, but like other than that, we didn't really like get too far into the weeds about it. It was an hour-long TED Talk thing, but he covered a lot of interesting subjects like how Magic can piggyback on pre-existing emotional equity, how part a sense of customization is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like the piggybacking on like already established feelings is like very much what we can see that in a bad way with Universes Unbound or whatever the name of the crossover ideology is. Or about like what do we think of when we think of red as a color and like why that does damage versus like we think of black as like fitting very much into a mindset of like violence and killing and like a lot of self-sacrifice. Yeah, I think those conversations are really neat. Like how Magic has many levels of customization from format to card you play, the art you play, the frames your land has. Yeah, and like I definitely value that part of card games a lot, and I think that's to return to what we were saying about the Slay the Spire game, is that I just did not feel like I had that level of customization that a lot of card games ask you to sort of. I knew. A lot of that customization feels like it asks you to bring part of it. Like when you bring one part of it with, you bring all of it with. Like you pick a character and that character comes preset with its deck. Whereas with Magic, I really like the recent Kamigawa lands because of, obvious reasons. So like my lands were always those if I needed a lot of them. But one of the friends that I got back into Magic with when I was in college, she really liked the unsets, but like the original 2 unsets. So when the 3rd unset came out, we just like grabbed a box of it and binged playing drafts of it for a weekend. So I got a small set of the full art lands from that set. So whenever I was playing like 3, 4, or 5 color decks, and I only needed to be like, I'm playing 3 islands in my deck and that's it, I could use those. And like that meant something to me because I had like a really specific memory of doing that with my friend. Like I was playing them because like we uniquely had a fun experience. We uniquely had a like meaningful experience playing with those, like playing with the unset where those came from that weekend I was over. And like that is, I think, like the absolute joy of what makes all these games as like fun and long-term and popular as they are. It reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! And how people don't like archetypes. They like building their own decks and finding fun synergies and strategies. I've always preferred archetypes, but I get the appeal. Yeah, like I think as someone who just likes seeing card games run, I get the value that both of them have. But as far as archetypes goes, the game feels already like it has pre-established for you what you are going to play and how you are going to play it. These cards always need to work this way. And a lot of that comes from just the fact that Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards name specific other cards. Whereas, like I was saying about the woman who throws daggers in the gacha game, those interactions are pre-built for you that are specifically designed to interact with those 2 cards, rather than trying to find a really curious way to put together like 2 pieces you wouldn't otherwise think about. Like the commander deck that I played the most in Magic. That's a 100-card singleton. You can't use more than 1 card, and all of the cards have to be of the same color as like your like starting card. You're like whoever's in charge of your deck. That's like a really, really brief explanation for non-Magic players out there. We can crush you, right? Yes, we can. I played a bear called Goreclaw, and she cost reduced all of everything that had power 4 or greater. So like and 4 is a pretty chunky number in Magic. So I then looked for all the most like rancid, wretched, awful, no one ever played them 4 power creatures because they had these like stupid restrictions on them. And like lo and behold, there are so many more than 4 power creatures that only cost 2 but had stupid stipulations on them. Like you have to spend mana from produced by the rest of your creatures to be able to play them. It's like, well, but if they're free, I don't need to worry about that. And like that synergy wasn't designed specifically for that interaction, right? Like I found that, like that felt like something that I created. And then when I brought it to the table and I showed it to everybody, they were like, I'm sorry, it what? How did you did what? And like that is some of the joy of the experience. It is the like mad scientists in the lab finding these like 1 or 2 shiny pieces that go together. Whereas a card game that has like these pre-built decks for you that these cards and colors don't overlap because you have to build into whatever your starting class is in Hearthstone, or because, you know, this card, like, this Destiny Hero searcher only searches for cards with Destiny Hero, and there's only 3 of them that actually, like, are playable. It just, like, doesn't have that same level of, like, ownership over it. Which is why we always play 5 color leaders. I mean, like, on one hand, yeah, like that's a good way to make sure you get to play like everything that you want, or like see all of the potential interactions. But then it's also like super fun to force yourself to play like quote suboptimally with like monocolor or 2-color leaders, because then you're like you are forced to think about all of the weird ways you can interact with some of your cards. I think just the nature of like games like Magic are that they are broad enough too, where you can think about things both in terms of how they interact, but also weirdly how they don't interact. So I would say that this is true regardless of which game you are playing. Board game, card game, video game, doesn't matter. That you can broadly define of any time you are talking about any kind of strategy or tactic in any game, you can broadly define it into 5 categories. That is aggro, tempo, mid-range, combo, and control. What those look like in each different game is going to be different, and how prevalent those are in each different game is going to be different. But roughly speaking, you can do all 5 of them in every game. Aggro is trying to end the game as fast as possible at any cost as possible. If you are like 1 step away from losing, but your opponent has lost, that still counts as a win. Tempo is every time I get a single point of advantage, you get only 0.9 advantage instead. That you are like just the like ever so tiniest edge over your opponents, and eventually that will like stack up into like a large scale win. Mid-range is I believe, to use an expression from someone that I don't necessarily stand behind all the way, by it. Yeah, it's lowering a shipping container of value onto your opponent. As we haven't seen the OS, we can at least see it while we're touching it. Lowering a shipping container of value onto your opponent. So like everything you do feels really relevant once you hit a critical threshold, whatever that is. And that you get to keep doing it irrespective to what your opponent is doing to you. Combo is, I am going to take actions that win the game immediately, and control is, I am going to make the game take as long as possible such that you run out of resources and then I can win the game. And for thinking about things like mid-range, one of the like biggest upgrades to my mid-range decks was, what does my commander do, or what does like my main character do? And put cards into my deck that don't relate to what they do, but relate to the things that they can't do. And that deck felt so much more fun to play. It felt very dynamic, and I was always able to do something relevant, rather than having to think about things that specifically work exactly in line with what that strategy already is doing. And I think a lot of the capital A archetype-based card games like to do that very much, where we keep a lot of our effects very linear to relate to exactly whatever it is the flavor thing you picked at the forefront was, and you don't really deviate from that. But that tends to create very homogenized and like very one-note gameplay. I think to the benefit of those games tend to go quickly. Like they tend to be short in turns and short in time, which is I think better for more homogenized games. Like where like games of Commander can be up to like 2 or 3 hours, but there's a lot of dynamic plays in the middle of them. Yeah, and I think, but that level of like thoughtfulness, of mastery, of like ability to play into those kind of understandings requires just so much long-term knowledge that like the average player might not have available to them. So when you have a game like something like a Yu-Gi-Oh that has sort of this like preset something available for you, it's like way more desirable for people because they don't feel like they have to invest literally the rest of their life into trying to just understand how all their cards interact. They're able to just go, okay, sick. So you're telling me if I play these cards, I get to like play a deck that works well. So like, I think that's good for people who don't want to have to invest like countless hours in to be allowed to play a game. But that doesn't necessarily make it the most fun thing to play for people who are interested in investing a lot of time and thinking about a lot. I think we're gonna put some points into the Grid Knight just because we're like using it a lot, so we may as well like get that extra damage up. Seeing as this is, I believe, our last mission. That's set. It doesn't matter which side this is on. It's still the same either way. I guess we'll give a little more power to melee, because that's what we're going to be using for this stuff. I think we should look at those 2 new parts, and then... okay, auxiliary Psycho Frame. Sight, plus 15 sight, mobility, and 1 move. That's so bad at this point in the game. All units, weapons, terrain, attributes are set to S. I would say this is rather good. But I don't think we really need it. I guess we could like, yeah, I mean, it's probably good on somebody, but at this point, I don't think it matters. Okay, well, we have an hour and a half left for what I believe will be our last scenario. As much as we said at the beginning of the stream that like, golly, we're low-key tired of this game. I am like getting a little teary. This is literally the first game that I've streamed. I know I had another game going on the channel beforehand, but like this is the end of where streaming started for me. Now like coming like we are closing the chapter. We're closing the first chapter of this channel. It's very exciting. It feels like it has been. It feels like it's been a long time coming, but it also feels like it's not been any time at all. These last couple select units. Hold on, we get that organized. These last couple, however many months. This came out in September, October. It's really only been 2 months. Yeah, this time last year when I was like, man, it would be really cool if like I had a platform to like show people what I was doing. I could not possibly have imagined that this is what it was going to be, and I could not be happier with it. Where is the jet? This is here. We're taking you out for Kira. We do have a lot of generics here, so we can definitely get a lot of value out of Kira, I think. Oh, but all these need to be on the other side. Yeah, no, I'm glad we will be finished, but I couldn't have been happier that this game came out the time when it did to like make this a possibility. Let's rock. What do we got? Stella Bluss Destroyed. It can't be, yeah, I was gonna say, it can't be as just as easy as one objective, right? Oh, I guess okay, I guess we're not done with Sistis yet. We trash her, and then the big boss comes out, presumably. You only have 3,900 HP. Oh no, Kira can definitely do this for us. Seeing as we have a little extra time, I suppose we could keep the animations on for most of this. We'll see. We'll see what I'm feeling. Okay. If we can help it, we want to get in position for that spear gave us 1 morale. We want to get in position from here into the map attack like immediately. You take an intuition. How much was Barrage doing? Only 1,300, so that's only going up to 1,400. I think we just soul. Yeah. Card game related, but I do feel like card games are gonna hit a bust period. The bubble will pop. There are so many Riftbound, Pokemon, One Piece, Digimon, Hololive, Gundam, Magic, Lorcana, Elestrals. Yeah, I think there is a point where each of those will. I don't think card games are ever going to like fully be gone. I think they're just too successful of a gameplay style. But I do suspect some of the like absolute juggernauts will fall eventually. I think Magic's time is coming to an end. The misuse of Universes Unbound, I think, is going to be a death sentence for it. Probably somewhat soon, which I like. You can probably hear like every other person on the internet who has an opinion about Magic saying that. I think Pokemon is probably going to be somewhat close because of how scalping works, and depending on like what happens with Nintendo, because of the like their recent push about creature collectors. Like, if Nintendo is at the point that it was when like the Wii U was coming out again, I don't know how much more we will see of the Pokemon TCG. You know, oh, that's still not lethal. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, so we just need one of these to get chipped. Can any of you do this without killing them? Probably not. Yeah, no. Okay. The Getter probably can, but I want to keep the Getter around just in case. That's not enough damage, though. Bullseye. Here, let's get you some Spirit, too. Oh, yeah, now we've got Majin Power. This is surely enough. Yeah. It reminds me of the era where it felt like every anime would have a TCG. Most of them were short-lived and forgotten quickly. Yeah, like early 2000s card games were just like a buy-in cash grab, and they did not last long. But I think with the popularity of board games, that will always carry through these like kind of that'll always carry through a lot of like the popularity of board games will carry through a lot of card games. Yeah, I don't think the end of TCGs was coming anytime soon, but maybe these ones in particular. Okay, Riftbound and Elestrals are two that I don't recognize. Yeah, I don't recognize either of those names. I don't know if I've talked about this. I'm sure I've talked about LCGs before, but I think Fantasy Flight also has a really, really easy in to the world of TCGs whenever they want it. If stuff starts falling, the LCG, the living card game, one where you buy a pack that comes fully complete. You get a playset of every card in the set. There's no randomization. You just get all of the cards. Is really, really gonna be it's very popular, and it's just waiting for someone to come in and like push that to its like utmost extreme. Oh, I never pressed him. It wouldn't be an Austin stream if this is how we ended. All right. Well, Hayate, I guess send us home. I guess it's only fitting. Okay, well, we're not gonna watch Hayate do this like 30,000 times, so. But I do think I probably misused Kira at the end here. There was definitely a world where Kira probably could have been more relevant than this. Also, 33 odd parts of 4-hour VODs later. That's a lot of game. It is a lot of game. I mean, yeah, it's been a lot of stuff that's happened on this channel. I mean, yeah. Speaking of this, I was looking at this other day too. I believe this is going to be the 95th video I've made. We are approaching almost 100 videos on this channel already. It helps that I stream so often, and it helps that like a couple of those are like artificially inflated. By like, are we back? That's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, hi, we're back. I think I caught it soon enough that nothing really important happened, but that's so funny that I was like, oh yeah, no, the videos got broken up because of like stuff cutting out. I don't think that wasn't the usual problem. Like that was just like a flicker here because like I lost internet on my phone too. But you know what? I'm kind of glad that the errors came with us to the end too. It wouldn't have been this series without all of the like weird technical like goofiness that happened too. Like it was part of the learning process of streaming this way. So you know what? One more internet error for the road. Oh, because you asked about Riftbound, it's the new League of Legends CCG. Oh, okay. Thank you. I do think I've heard of that now that you said that. I just that name was not going to have stuck. What was the name for was it Dota? There was another TCG that was tied to a MOBA. I played that for a little bit. I just only played that. I like can't play that game anymore because of how ill it makes me. When I had COVID the first time, I had just downloaded it because I was going to play with one of my friends, and then we just didn't talk because I couldn't speak. And I just jammed that like every day while I was like waiting to get better. And now whenever I play it, or like if it just like opens the client, it reminds me of that feeling. So I just can't like turn it on. But it was a lot. It was very neat. I think it was somewhere between what we've been talking about of this like deck built for you versus deck you get to build yourself. You picked a couple of champions as if you were drafting them in like a MOBA style like 5-on-5. I believe there's only 3 that you can put in your deck though, but you like upgraded them over the course of the game, and you always knew what they were turning into. But it felt similar to how you would like build out your kit with 6 items in a MOBA by the end of it. And then like they had a medium-sized pool of preset cards that would come with it that they could drag into whatever deck they were playing in, but you didn't have room to use all of them. You had to like pick and choose. So like it felt like a good compromise between those two worlds. I did not find it had a ton of staying power just because it was like so honking expensive to be able to participate. You got cards so inefficiently. Legends of Runeterra, that's it. Well, I did say one more for the road. I didn't mean this time though. Yeah. PvP literally died because the game was too generous and you could get all the cards for free and easy. Really? Okay, that's really funny you're saying that, because I was literally saying the opposite of that. Maybe I was playing exactly around when that wasn't the case. But that's like utterly baffling to me that having all of the cards would kill PvP. Like that's when you get like the best PvP. Well, you know what? I guess we have time. I guess we have time. You know what we do when we have internet issues? This would have transitioned better if I could load things. We do some unit analysis. I think I was conflating Artifact and Legends of Runeterra, because when you said the name Legends of Runeterra, that is 100% the name of the thing I was thinking of. I've not played League or Dota. The MMOs I played the most were Smite and what was the one from the people who made Fortnite before they made Fortnite? Defiance. Those are the two that I played the most. So I just can't keep track of who the heroes were. All right. We held for so long. We held for almost 3 hours. But yeah, I guess we won't even get we don't get a full complete end to this, because this isn't going to be done yet. Man, y'all are so behind on the live. Okay, that's fine. Let's talk about the Sheffield Eye. Just for the sake of me being able to have this well organized, I will repeat what I said yesterday or last time we streamed too. So, if you are unfamiliar with British stuff, actually, it's even better because now we have someone from England here with us. Yeah, so control room guy, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Sheffield is a town in England that is somewhat famous for its not Ferris wheel. Oh no, it is Ferris wheel. I was confused with it's Ferris wheel. The Sheffield wheel is, I believe, a famous landmark. And then there is also the London Eye, which is another it's not technically a Ferris wheel. It is an observation circulature or some weird name, but it's basically a Ferris wheel. So I think this is where this name is coming from, is those two of them together. And we have some amount of real imagery here, and the cycling nature of it feels like it maybe fits a little bit with what's going on with Good Yes. But we have a very circular design for its head. And its feet roller deal here is very different than what we've seen so far. I see your message, control room guy, about Smite. I will gladly comment on that, but I don't think you're asking me to interrupt us either. I'll follow up on the Smite stuff when we get back into the regular Super Wars gameplay. But I think I've seen a shot of this where this wheel has swung down onto the ground and it can roll around on these, which I think is a really good design for if we want to have this rolling mechanic, because sometimes you don't want to be able to roll. But it also feels very distinct compared to everyone else having the wheels on their back tires. And the visual stylings of this unit are very different, which is admittedly because, to my knowledge, I mean, it even has it up here. Oh no, Oz of the Reflection is, hold on, it's from it. The Sheffield Eye is in not just Rose of the Resurrection, not Resurrection, of the Recapture. It's in a number of the other pieces of media. But I think we're going to talk about it. If it was in another primary piece of media, it was in R1 or R2, I would rather save it for there, but we'll talk about it here. But I believe it belongs to one of the other Knights of Blank from the Knights of Round in the original series. But it has very different visual styling, so I like that we're maintaining that through too, and just how its basic mobility works. Because even this jet backpack is way closer to how R2 ends its backpack units, that they are fins, because obviously they want to be fins, they want to communicate that we're flying. It's way easier to visually see that it's way easier to visually believe that to be true about a machine because of how we have machines that fly like jets right now, rather than making them angel wings. Insofar as communicating that they are mechanical, we have the like vertical wings, like we do on the back of the Lancelot Zero or the Gurren. Those seem more like angel and thereby more human, which is fine, but just it is trying to teach us to mistake the pilot and the machine for one, where here it is very clear that we have a human operating a tool because we are getting the signifiers of like these are plane wings. This is like humanoid, but very much not human. Like the wheel feature is like very mechanical because in order for it to function, it needs to move in a way that is not how human feet work. It's not an augmentation. It is the foot, but it has to do something to be able to function. I really like this deep red crimson color, not necessarily because of anything it's like telling us through color theory. It's just visually, I think this is a really good color. I think it stands out well against a lot of the visual stylings of the rest of the characters. We have a lot of darker colors. We've talked about a lot of different colors of purple so far. Just through like the nature of royalty or off royalty. And then a lot of golds, which the Sheffield does have. But as augments, I guess a lot of times we talk about gold, they were augments too. But there's a couple of like gold, yellow standout units. So it also like it has like a visual punch when on the battlefield or like sharing screen real estate with a lot of other characters. Which is like good. We want like if you have a unique design, we want them to be able to stand out. And if they are, if I'm remembering correctly, one of the knights, it makes sense why they would also want to stand on the battlefield, both as like a way to be able to like gain honor and glory, but also as a way to like be in charge of a command. If you can't see where your commander is leading from, it's hard to receive commands. Visually though, it's hard not to think about the fact that red is associated with Kallen. Like she is the quintessential red pilot for Code Geass. But I think, I don't know if this is true, but like even the fact that Super Robot Wars comments on this often, that red pilots are hot-blooded. The battlefield sort of revolves around them. Char, the red comet, like there's the very first, or not the very first, but like the very first famous red pilot. The Getter is in red. The Getter 1 is in red. So I would not be surprised if the character who drives this does have some amount of that hot-blooded tendency that they are like want to be aggressive, that as much as they are a leader, that they are fighting up front. We don't see any other weapons on them here, but I would not be surprised if they were more sword-based. These skirts feel like they could work really well as like potential shields. Like this could move up really easily because it seems like the skirt is connected through like an extended aperture arm here that could like, if you put your arm up, this shield could like slide up and then come around your arms if you needed to protect you, but also protects your legs pretty well, which feels more apt for close combat then, right? Like you don't need that kind of shield if you are like sitting far in the back. Like you probably don't even need this amount of like leg structure. Pilot of this mech from Oz the Reflection is based off of the Scarecrow character in Oz the Reflection. The Scarecrow. Characters in Oz the Reflection are based off of characters from The Wizard of Oz. That makes sense. That's fun. So the Scarecrow is the one who doesn't have a brain, right? So like if we're using the word eye, like visual stimulus is like frequently associated with the brain. We see the brain, we have like the two eyes attached. We have a very like head cranium space like design here, right? Like the head shape is very clear. It's the only color white on this unit, so it's hard not to look at it. But it also sort of is like crossed out visual. If I'm going too deep on this thing that I'm hoping I'm remembering. It's the Scarecrow needs a brain, the Tin Man needs the Cowardly Lion needs a heart to solve his bravery. And then the Tin Man needs, I can't think of a third thing. Is one of them a soul? What do the Wizard of Oz characters need? I don't remember these at all. Okay, the Scarecrow does want a brain. The Tin Man wants a heart, and the Cowardly Lion wants courage. Okay, so he just doesn't want a body part. Characters in Oz Reflection reference. Oh, okay, you were just yeah. So like the fact that we have this like crossed out structure here too, that this looks nothing. As much as we've talked about how the heads look different, this also looks nothing like how any of the other heads look on any of these machines. So that it feels fitting. That is designing well into the characterization that they are Scarecrow based. That they are like looking for their head. Which also, like, I think you could probably lean into that with like someone on the battlefield that like you lose your mind, you're like losing your head if you like behave really aggressively. I think that could be like a really good way of doing it too. I think if I remember what Little of Oz, I remember that his is more like thoughtlessness, and he's like unable to finish his sentences, or he like kind of feels a little dull instead of aggressive. But I think you could play it like two different directions. Is the yellow sticking out supposed to be like a typical Scarecrow pose? Oh, that's a really good point. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, so like we have the arms. Here. I mean, I probably know what it looks like, but just yeah, like the two wings are supposed to be these arms, and then this like yellow bit on the cod piece is like, yeah, it's more this is this stick. Yeah, I buy that. I like that interpretation. And like even this body structure still kind of do that. I was trying to think of what I was going to do with this like this Barbie thin waist torso deal. Correct, because like this isn't connected. This is all just like free floating from their backpack. But even this is that same kind of like stick structure that like a Scarecrow has. The pilot is more blunt and saying whatever she thinks without forethought, hence the no brain. Okay, yeah, I guess that's a way to do it too. That they like act before they think, or they speak before they think. Yeah, I buy that too. I guess that fits probably better with the world of Code Geass, where everything is like very cerebral. But I wasn't like, yeah, we could have had the every once in a while really combat oriented character, but it does check out that we're like more thinking about it in terms of like social brainlessness. Oh yeah, even back here, there's a hollow bit around this like wrapped around skull part. There's a lot of like gaps. There's a physical gap here. There's visually a gap on these two sides where like you'd expect eyes. And then like on all four of the quadrants, there's a visual gap. And then color-wise, we're seeing a color break in this head shape. Yeah, this seems very smartly designed to me. I would love to know if we had some other like weapons. ACO Harken. Hold on, let's see if the wiki has anything more to say for this. Oh, it looks like I was on the wiki with this already. Remember that. You come back. Oh, right. I remember looking at this and going, what is this? Because there's a lot of like Lancelot Great Valkyrie. There's like a lot of combinations or like ways this thing is being used that are not what it was originally. Like that's something different, I think. I'm not going to worry about that. That feels like if we get to the manga, we can talk about it then. I just wanted to see what the ACO Harkens were. But, oh, that's what the skirt's doing. That it has like more Harkens. Nope, I wanted to, thank you. It has more like attacks in here, I guess. I think it might be a little more forced. I was gonna try and go like the Scarecrow's like being held up by strings, but it feels more puppet-like. I guess puppets and Scarecrows aren't like that far off. But interesting that it also doesn't have like any conventional weapons, that it's just using the Harken equipment to fight. I guess that is like, okay, no, this tracks with bluntness, right? Because the slash Harkens are sort of the default. Yeah, no, okay. I'm going to lean into this. This is maybe a little contrived, but I'm going to lean into this. The Harkens are melee weapons that basically every Geass unit has access to. They are like long-ranged melee weapons, but I like that they are the thing that everyone has, just in the way that like bluntness is sort of this like no frills, no augments way of speaking. as opposed to them say like having a spear, which I feel like communication wise, or like if that is spear or sword, that communication wise has a lot more deliberate choice of like, I am going to find a way to cut you in this conversation. I am going to find a way to bring you low because I know something secret about you, right? Like there's a level of intensity that I think a sword might communicate in a conversation if someone is being really upfront. Whereas like the Harkins are default, so the default of just like saying your mind, or like just saying your mind feels more like a default because you're not necessarily targeting so much. So I think I'm down with that. I like it. And I got the control room guy's approval. I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go live with it then. Oh, you know what? I may have been wrong before. Now looking at this, I think this might be another one of the wheels that does come down. So we still have that same kind of wheel structure. The like, let me see that. We'll figure that out. Then I think we're good to go back. We've held strong on. No, it's hard to see in that picture. Oh yeah, no, it looks like it's probably a smaller amount of wheel here, but this is like a really big hunk and chunky wheel. This might just be a slightly different unit. This might be no, this is called the Sheffield Eye. I don't know how this foot got like this comparatively. Why would I click on that picture? Does it take me to a different page? That's so weird. Maybe these are like rounded too and they fold more and it's like this is the top half and it's the bottom half. That could be. I'm just trying to figure out if this like thing folds down, because I was looking at this and this kind of has like the like Hermes wing kind of structure. And I don't want to buy real shoes. Come on, Google, you should know me well enough by now that I would be mythology. Here. We have like, right, we have these kind of wing patterns going on, which communicate speed. They also communicate travel, like Hermes is the god of messengers. So I think it's interesting that like messenger information is juxtaposed with someone who doesn't have a brain who is really blunt. That like maybe if they're supposed to be transferring, like they're not necessarily the one to be trusted with information because they're going to like accidentally or just thoughtlessly share that information. But having not like interacted with the plot at all, maybe what they're communicating is not literal information, but they are communicating like a large portion of like how we're thinking about our story, how the character is relating to them. But like that's all more speculation because information is just that when we don't have like how the rest of the series works. Okay, well, that's fine because we would theoretically have to come back to it anyway because it's going to be more of a main feature in the rest of like in the other parts of the manga. What else do we have left to do here? Gurren we talked about already. Quinn Rose and Lancelot we talked about already. That's how we started this process. Maharoba. I'm still debating whether I'm saving. No, I think we'll probably still talk about this now. And then Lancelot High Grail. Okay. We're close to being finished with this too. There's a lot of stuff coming to an end all at the same time. Okay, but my kilobytes per second were holding, but now that I click back to the game, they've dropped. Come on. It can't be just that I was off the screen. Why is this one so hard? Okay. I mean, it'll be fine. We'll set up Sistis before we get to the very end. Like, we're still showing 7,000 kilobytes. We're still holding consistent, and I don't know why it's saying it's, like, not good. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I don't even understand why when I'm showing consistently over 5,000 kilobytes, it's, like, showing me I have, like, a red connection. I don't get it. You've already been morale dropped. Okay. Right, we need to just get some more assists going on here. I don't know how much I want to like immediately burn without being able to recoup resources. I don't know how many more bosses we have to go before the end of this. It was a minor hiccup. Yeah, it was minor. It did not stay. It's fine. But yeah, I don't know how many bosses there are till the end of this. I can't imagine there's many more. We've killed almost everyone so far. So I think this will actually probably put us exactly at the right amount of time that we can get to the end of this game. I can like talk about, I can see if there's any like other like large summative thoughts. And then we can also like, well, we can poke into New Game Plus, so I can just like share some thoughts I have about whatever that's doing for us. Because I can't imagine we're not getting a New Game Plus at this point in the franchise. Okay, now that we're back here and we're like messing with all this stuff. Yeah, Smite was pretty sick. I was never very good at it. I'm just like not, I don't think I'm good at thinking about MOBAs the way they want to be thought about. Which is fine. I don't have to be good at every game. I don't have to think about every game super crunchily. Crunchily? I hate that sentence. Never mind. Forget I said that. We can bring Char in the back to do this. Yeah, this is fine. Do you have... Okay. But I'm a sucker for anything mythology, if that wasn't already like abundantly apparent. So when I was told that there was a mythology-based MOBA, I like had to try it more for the mythology than anything else. I think, speaking of like diversity, I think that game had really good like unique unit feel. I think a lot of those characters felt distinctly, they felt distinct from each other, but they also felt distinctly like the gods they were representing, which in my estimation is a real big plus. Do you remember why you stopped, or like roughly speaking who you played a lot of? I did see that Smite 2 came out. I like theoretically was going to care about it, but the person I was going to play it with, and I don't talk now, so. And that one, I feel like I need other people with me to play MOBAs too. It also did more than just the folk mythology picks. Yeah, no, it super did. That's like definitely one of the reasons why I liked it. I was getting into it at the same time I was getting into Shin Megami Tensei, and I was just like so pumped that it wasn't just like Zeus and Thor and Loki, and for a really diverse pick, Achilles. Yeah, it was like the fact that we had like Voodoo Loa or like Yoruba. I don't know what the Yoruba word for Venus is. Just such good integration on their part that they were willing to expand beyond just like the really basic default options. I'm trying to remember who I played. I know because I am how I am. When I first played, there were a couple gods that were in rotation. Actually, I guess yeah. One of the reasons I liked Smite 2 was that they had a wide variety of characters that were always in rotation that were free and to change every week, so you could like try out characters before you wanted to buy them. And I was told, the game told me, and my friends told me that Soul was really hard to play, so I was like, great, I'll start with the hard one. I played a lot of her. I liked her a lot. Who else did I play a lot? I played a lot of Ratatoskr for a bit. I really liked, oh yeah, I got really good at Chiron, the Centaur trainer. He was a lot of fun. That was my, that was my mage, my assassin, my hunter, my guardian was, I played Cerberus a lot. Cerberus was really fun too. I really liked Cerberus. I liked the idea that they represented the like dog of the underworld who would like guard souls or like keep things from leaving as having a really big grab to like pull them back to your team. That was like good integration, I thought. Yeah, see, I figured we wouldn't have to deal with actually all of those. It's good. Oh, we're getting new ones though. And who else am I missing? Warriors. I think I really liked the idea of it it just changed. That's fine. I think I really liked the idea of warriors, but I don't remember if any of them ever clicked with me in the same way. I like the idea of the like boxing style gameplay where you're just like constantly in combat. I think I like watching warrior gameplay the most, but I could never like quite do it myself. I was so bad. I would always get myself out of position. I would always like dive way too hard, so much harder than I was supposed to. So I just like didn't understand what that actually was supposed to be, right? Like, yeah, it was just not a gameplay style for me. Smite just fell out of our group's rotation, and one member had like 2 kids, so he didn't have time for the average length of a MOBA game would go. That's fair. I usually main supports, but in Smite I got a lot of ADC carry. Yeah, I mean it's very fun. I'm curious if you remember who like specifically you played, or if it was just like in rotation. But let's look at Gigantic Endonos first. This sounds like a medical condition. Per photon field. Okay, that we can pierce that. All disabler. Immobilize, morale down, SP down, energy down, mobility, sight, armor. Right, okay. It's still not all, but that's fine. It's kind of baffling to me that I know we could like get like Lunatic Plus or whatever, or Expert Plus or whatever, but that's only 46% upgraded at this point. Like, this is the last boss. You could probably give me all of them. Cerebral strategy genes. Plus 30%. Plus the plus 50 hit and dodge rate is like not nothing. Which doesn't matter for us. But like I'm thinking that more in terms of our character, like if getting Samus up to level 9 mattered. Triple action. Okay, yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here. Okay, I found the out of the ordinary. That map attack is wild. We're never gonna let him take it, but like, could you imagine? Sorry, that was probably hard to listen to. But I really love this, that if you're in close quarters combat with him, that you don't get attacked. This is, I think this is really good. Give me more stuff like this. Because that, like, you can dodge his map attack, but that forces you to have to deal with the Queranos X over. I would love to see what this was in Katakana. Hold on. Can I change languages really quick? No, not here. Darn. I guess you had to set that at the beginning of the game. That's really a shame. I would love to switch that to Katakana, like to Japanese really quick and see what that was in Katakana. That's really funny. Okay. Oh, we're doing so much damage though. Have a soul, have an intuition. Yeah, we're doing bonkers damage. We can still intimidate you because despite having all disabler, that still works. Shar's in the middle here somewhere, right? Yeah. That's not the right spirit at all. Okay, cool. Hold on a second. Sorry, this is gross. And I'm back. Towards the end, a lot of Soul, Olorun, and Cernudos. Yo, oh, I forgot about those two. Cernudos was a lot of fun. You could like throw the bramble out and catch people out, and then just like shred them with your. Was it? I think it was one of his buildings. I think it was his one that you could like switch between passives for your auto attacks. That was a really cool design, I thought. And Olorun was really sick. I really liked him. He was another Yoruba god with Yamoja. That he had these like extra light ball kind of deals. I feel like there were his abilities able to crit, which was like not normally how that game worked. I remember there was something about like either his auto attacks doing something they don't normally do, or his abilities doing something they don't normally do. Yeah, but he also had a really big carpet that like slowed people down really dramatically and you slowed down your enemies and sped up your allies. It was really obnoxious if people used it really well. Then in my limited Smite 2 playthrough was mainly Fenrir and Susanoo, but Smite 2 is a different beast. Yeah, I watched like a pro play it during the like open. No, I guess it was closed betas that he could get into. It seemed fun. Like it seemed similar to the game, but it was a different game. Especially because classes were basically abandoned and removed in the physical magical item limitation and the addition of strength and intelligence to it. Oh yeah, no, I do remember that. I do remember as you say that was the case. But maybe even more dramatic than I like when I was just catching it when it was like first coming out. Yeah, Fenrir was a fun time. Fenrir, I feel like, had a lot of similar play space as Serb. Like they'd like the similar grabs. But I was so bad at like getting in and out because he was an assassin. So it was like very hard to like not die to we already combined them, right? Like, where's the Kaiser Grid Knight? Oh no. It was very hard for me to like not die to just like his squishiness. I really wanted to like Susanoo. I really liked didn't he like build up different ults? I feel like I remember him needing to combo through a couple of his abilities to get access to like different parts of his kit. Something like that. Which also feels like a really neat idea. Here's this. It's why I normally had beads, because I knew I was gonna get CC'd or grabbed or something. Yeah, I mean totally. But also you were probably the reason why a lot of people had CC, because I feel like beads on Fenrir was like one of the like earliest interactions that I learned. Yeah. I do just love how like weird that game was though comparatively. I had a friend who played mostly MOBAs. That was like the game he played. He always was like, he struggled with some of the ways that Smite was different from MOBAs. Also, I regret wasting this animation. I regret not saving this animation until the very last attack on the boss. But it feels very fitting that we're gonna end with the Dynazenon. I'm kind of glad it has come down to it being how our carry was going to, how we're gonna end the game. Like, Hayate did a lot of work for us once we got to, I think it was like once we got to chapter 4 and onward. And we've definitely found some like good characters in the meantime, but the Dynazenon was really what started us off on like a really good foot. So I'm glad it gets to be the big bad in this. Playing was helped a lot by it being the only option for people on consoles, and it had crossplay. Another big plus. Yeah, that is. Yeah, I think the crossplay did help. But this is what I was saying about Defiance. I think it was called Defiance. It was also console based. It was designed around being played on the PlayStation. It lasted for I think maybe a year, because the people who were making it were also the ones that developed Fortnite, so like obviously they were doing that instead. But good golly, that game slapped, because like as much as there were like classes and you like theoretically needed to play into them, it was all of the items you got were based on cards that you opened from booster packs, which it could very well could lead to a lot of problems at higher levels of competitive play, but you got the stuff well enough that you could like get the builds that you wanted. But I still remember one of my favorite times playing that game was we should probably be meowing this. Was my friend playing a hunter, the auto attack, like an ADC carry. There we go. He was playing someone that was traditionally an ADC carry, but we figured and we did like enough math that they were also just like super viable as a support. They like couldn't tank, but they had like one of their shots they could like heal you, and if you like hit the person you were healing, you healed yourself or something. They had like a ridiculous amount of sustain, and they had like a really good grab to be able to like land your skill shot. So like they would we looked like we were playing out of position. They would play as an ADC, charge in front, look like a fool, but actually be the support. People would then like try and dive them. I was playing a support who just like had for some unknowable reason a really good auto attack chain also, and just played her as like a magical ADC, and no one knew what to do. No one knew what to do, and it was like one of the most fun things I've ever done in a MOBA. It was sick the level of customization that you could have. And then it died. It is also a game that technically still exists. When Fortnite got as popular as it was, one of the things that they did was, why are we not doing, this is like so little damage. Do we not have, oh, we also just didn't use Neo on this. We used Shikishima, that's what it was. Okay. They made all of the assets for the game publicly available for everybody. So like 4 different companies started their own version of the game. So like you can probably see their assets all over the place. And it's just a regular Steam MOBA now. But at the time it was like a I guess PS4 exclusive. It felt very creative. It felt very fresh. Okay, there's some more real damage. Okay. Yeah. Okay, what difference did that make? Did that change anything? No, it just narratively changed something. Okay, that's fine. Smash. And oh, this music is so sad. We need some hype music for the end of this game. Come on. Okay, no. Sorry, maybe I was too hasty. Hopefully this doesn't come through the mic, but I want to hear this a little louder. I was kind of hoping we were going to get like the opening credits music. I'm a sucker for whenever anything anime does that. Whenever you like punch someone hard enough that the opening credits start playing is great. Is it the same song? I can't tell. Oh, it is. Yes. Excellent. Okay, I'm so glad. Perfect. I really like this song. I don't know why I've not been listening to it while I've been doing work for this game. How much more you got? 90k? Okay, sure. Can we, for whatever reason, not you still? Like, can we take you down to 100 like how we've been able to with some other people? Oh, we can. Why can we do that? What happened to all defensor? This should help our damage a lot. Here, we'll give this to Suletta quick. You know, I'm also glad that Suletta still gets some, like primary use at the end here. This is good. I'm sad we didn't get to use her a little bit more. I was really looking forward to doing Witch of Mercury stuff. Okay. We need a smash off of Gauma. We still want to get another cycle of Mio in here. Come on. Okay, that puts us to... that was a kind of used this cycle. That's fine. Oh, we didn't need that also. We needed Mio. That's fine. Here, parts. Assist cheer. Have all of this back. That's enough for 2 uses. Oh no, it is just short of 2 uses. That's fine. That's still enough for a Mio. I think this and one more attack will do it. Oh, deeply not. Okay. What are we? Is there anything else we could be doing? No, that's fine. We do need to flash these though. These are like almost lethal. Okay, so let's just use Valor. A Valor in the meantime. Zeal and Smash. This song is so different at the start. I know we're wasting one there, but that's okay. I don't think we need it. So Shikishima in here too, just for the extra damage. There we go. Well, for the Rubbins, we got time. It's been fun, but I'm also glad this is the ending. I guess like how we started. Dyna Zenon, send us home. Dyna Zenon, send us home. This was a lot of dramatic talk, and we're probably getting a second boss after this. It's gonna spoil, gonna try and spoil the moment. What a game. Come on, this has got to be... Yeah. Who are you? This is why everyone pay attention to the story. I have no idea who that character is. All right. Show me that end title screen. There we go. 300,000. There's got to be a New Game Plus for that. I gotta say, as much as I've like grumbled about this game, like this was still an absolute blast. This was very fun. I'm glad I got to enjoy it with all of you. Thank you so much for being here with me for the end of my very first game streamed on this channel. I look forward to it being just up from here. I've gained so many followers. We've gained like so much of a team through this game. I'm glad you've been here for it. So yeah, let's look at what our new game features are, and then I can end the stream talking about where the future is going to look, even though we kind of did that a little bit already. Okay, after you've reached the end of Super Robot Wars Y, you continue the game and keep playing missions. After the ending, if you save in the intermission menu, you can save a New Game Plus data file. If you have a New Game Plus data file, you can also enter the New Game Plus setup just by selecting Start from the title screen, restarting the game with the same options. Okay, cool. I want to see what this looks like at the end. This is just all the DLC missions. And then all of these generic battles. So you can just like keep farming into Oblivion, but they don't actually like add new missions. Or maybe they do if I like do all this DLC. Or like maybe I have to do all of the like these bosses again. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I want to make sure we very deliberately have this saved. So I am going to keep this save file. I know I didn't respond to this earlier, control room guy, but I did see your message. You very correctly identified that I'm going to keep this save file. I'm going to go like tear this out of my computer somewhere and like save it on a hard drive and make sure we have this preserved for whenever the DLC comes out. So whatever that looks like, we can use this save file to interact with it. But I do also want to see like how we interact with New Game Plus, because like I think that is like definitely part of this game, like part of what people come here for. So I want to be able to like comment on that too. We probably won't like do anything with it, but load, yeah. Let's see what this looks like. When you start a new game from New Game Plus data, you can spend plus points to start with special bonuses. Your plus point pool is based on your total earned MXP. Oh, okay. That's good to know. These bonuses come in 4 categories: data, cap increase, parts, and skill programs. The better the bonus, the more plus points it will cost to apply. Data bonuses allow you to choose to keep credits, MXP, or pilot score from the file you're starting New Game Plus from. Bonuses under cap increase affect mech and weapons, max upgrades, and pilots' maximum training stats. Under parts, you can select any parts you gained in the previous playthrough to start your new game with. Under skill program bonuses, you can choose a set of skill programs and begin the new game with them in stock. Interesting. Okay, cool. Let's see what we got. I've only got 33,000. So it must be like 10 per, is it 10% of your MXP? Yeah, it must be 10% of your MXP. Okay. So we can keep all of our funds, which is a ton of money. Okay. Right, there's no reason to select all 3 of those. So let's just like start selecting stuff and see how much that costs us. So we keep all of this stuff. That's almost all of our like MXP to start. Pilot stat increase cap. I start the game with plus 25 to max pilot stat increase. I wonder if this is, because we're not actually keeping this is just like for me to experiment. I will probably get both. I'll like probably select both of these. Or I guess we don't need both of them because they're the same thing. But yeah, I wonder. I'm assuming what this is doing is when you have the like, I could buy 150 stat points onto a pilot at the end, or like up to the end of the game. That I'm assuming this is making this 175. Not that your pilots just start with a flat 25 points more in each of those stats. To max pilot stat increase. Yeah, it's got to be that you could buy, like, this lets you buy 5 more points into each stat if you want. And then this is putting even 5 more levels onto each of those. So, like, we ended with, like, plus 15, so we could go to plus 20. I wonder, like, if I, like, recycle through the whole game again, would these go, like, could I add this another time and go up to, like, 25 and then 30 and then 40 or whatever? Um, oh, you need to like, you can keep each part individually. Okay, so all of the common ones are 300, the uncommons are 500, the rares are 1,000, and the super rares are 2,000. These things are not the same. As some of these are not the same as each other. Maybe these could have been individually priced a little bit more, but that's probably also like a lot more work than they necessarily want to do. That does make some of the parts you get at the end like make a lot more sense, right? I was like, this part doesn't mean anything at the end of the game, but at the beginning of the game, good golly. Though if you keep all of your money, this also matters so little because you can just like invest into your characters right away. And these put these in the shop. I wonder, like with characters that you've already bought this kind of stuff into, whether these are going to stay or not. Well, we can take a look at that too. Oh, you know what? These probably aren't in the shop to start. These probably just are in your inventory to start. You'll just like have free copies of this. Okay, cool. Which is theoretically a cheaper way to get access to them. If you could like save them all to New Game Plus if you were going to get a New Game Plus. I want to see what those look like. So let's do that. I guess we can drop some of these down. We are 13,000 short. So we should need to drop a lot of these. I guess like doing both of these doesn't matter. I guess actually it'd be more interesting to see them be asymmetric, so we can do just like that. So we only need to like cut 5-ish thousand. I guess score matters. Well, we're not keeping any of this anyway, so it doesn't actually matter. We can just like lower all of these. Like that seems good. Let's see what this looks like now. I want to keep it on cross just because we've like invested some amount into him theoretically. And it's gonna take us a minute to see other characters. Right, but I think we bought some stuff onto cross, right? Oh, you know what? At the very least, we bought stuff onto Echika, and we get her right away too. We bought SP up on her. So we'll go into an intermission just to see what things look like from there. But I won't save any of this. Like I said, I'll gladly keep the save file we had for when the DLC becomes available. Mobile suits. It still gives a tutorial message anyway. Ninja Master, support attack, spear endurance. I feel like we bought skills onto him. I guess we didn't get to keep those skills then. This is interesting. I could turn the animations off. Okay. Okay, you also don't get to keep your level. Because we definitely got Suzaku some levels, and I'm assuming that he would probably keep the same levels here. Yeah. Okay, but I do see we're keeping our score. Yeah. I think all of this is going to be just speculation until we get to, like, actual intermission. I'm kind of hoping there might be, like, another, like, secret extra bonus little thing in the intermission, too. Or, like, maybe there's some, like, side missions or, like, talks that we only get if we're in New Game Plus. Oh, right, but do this too. At least this is a character we know that we bought skills onto. We can see this now. I'm sure it's documented somewhere else too, but I at least want to like have it reported on this channel. You do not get to keep your skills at all. Okay, that's really unfortunate. That's like a really large amount of character investment. I guess I should have thought to buy a skill or something to see where that put it. I assume it would have just put it in the inventory. So you theoretically want to like rebuy all of or as many of the skills that you had on your units that you cared about as possible into New Game Plus. That feels like that really incentivizes you to stack up just like one or two characters, kind of like how we did. I feel like that's telling me that like I kind of played the game the way the game wanted to be played. Rather than having to like rebuy attacker on like 15 different characters, it's just way easier to buy the stat points onto a few characters. I'm assuming that is probably the case for like stat points also. Maybe we'll go into the Dynazon one because I know we surely bought them some stats. But I would imagine those probably went away with the same way the skills did. And all of them start at rank 1. I'm surprised that we weren't able to like buy keeping our assists. Oh, and we're also like back to the beginning with our STG memory. We have to like re-level that up too. Interesting. Okay, this is definitely not good design. That we've played the game already. We're on New Game Plus. There's no reason it should be showing us these tutorial messages. That's wild. Yeah, okay, so by default we were able to go up to 50 and now it's 75. And then we got 50 more, I think, 2 different times when we upgraded our squad rank. Okay. That is what I figured it was going to mean. And then we can see the awkward asymmetry of... I love how goofy this looks. But I guess starting with 10... If you really want to optimize your New Game Plus, starting with 10 stats into your units feels like a really big deal. Because you immediately get the full custom bonuses, right? This feels like a really underwhelming New Game Plus, though. Huh. So much what? So much money? It cost us like the half of our cash, though, to do that. Or is there something in here that I was like missing? I think we had more parts to start than this. I guess I probably used the... Yeah, so much money, yeah. Okay, because I use these. Yeah, I know. It's bonkers how much money we actually gained over the course of this. It's what, 1, 2, 3, 1,000, 100,000, or 10,000, 100,000. Yeah, so 17 million money. Don't worry, 30 felt like this too, sadly. Just as I was giving it credit kind of at the end. It doesn't fully quite stick the landing, but I don't need a New Game Plus in my games to make them feel really good. I wouldn't mind it. I do think for me, a lot of the replayability of these games is not going into New Game Plus, but just like using a full different team that I didn't use last time. Oh yeah, here's what I wanted to check. I think this is pretty heinous that it doesn't tell you which of these you did in the previous playthrough. I would have liked to have seen this, like, outlined this somehow to show you that you've already completed it. Because, like, I'm not going to remember what I did in Chapter 1. I mean, Chapter 1 doesn't matter, but, like, I won't remember all the ones I did in Chapter 2 or Chapter 3 probably after 120 hours. And if I'm going to play a second time, I would like to see the ones I didn't play probably. So I would have liked for them to have highlighted them at least. Don't, like, cross them out or anything, obviously. Like, if I want to choose them again, I should be able to. But this one, I think, probably is the biggest misstep in my mind for New Game Plus. Probably better once the story DLC is out for new difficulties and units. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is exactly why, like, you nailed it on the head before when you said, like, save this file for the DLC, which that was exactly the intention. That's why I'm like not being like really. I'm not really upset. I'm not trying to be really harsh about it. Because I do think we're looking at something that's like sort of like unfinished right now. It's like the alpha. It's like the alpha build of it, right? Where we'll get like an actual way to assess it later once the like quote full game with the DLC comes out. Yeah, right. That's it. It's pretty bonkers that that's not there. And I can't imagine it would just be for chapter 1. Like there's no reason they wouldn't do it here because like this is a full path you get to choose. So yeah. Or like here, this is my like R1, L1. Why can't I look through the rest of the story? Like I know that they were there before. I should be able to look at those. Yeah. When we do W, are we doing the English patch since we'll have everything translated, including story? Yeah, I suppose so. I can't see why not. I can look into getting that set up. I've not been one to do patches in the past, but you know, I mean, I feel like we are nuanced enough to know that just because I'm playing a patch doesn't mean I necessarily like fully endorse everything that's going on. And if it gets me in conversation with someone who made the patch, if they like have issue with me not talking about it correctly, then like at least it's conversation. So like, yeah, why not? I'll use a patch. And obviously, like once I figure out the one I want to use, I'll like correctly mention who we're using it from. I can put it in the description. Honestly, the whole flow chart should be unlocked. Yeah, really, absolutely should be. Secrets unlocked. Yeah, or like show you the ones that you already have, or like show you where all the secrets are. Because right, if I'm like knowing that like we talked about the end with Reiko, if I want to like use one of the things that I got at the end now that could have been a secret earlier, at this point, like I'm clearly invested in the game to play it a second time. I already spent 120 hours on it. Tell me what the like even maybe tell me what the secrets are going to do. Right, like say that like this gives you like the assist Reiko or whatever. Just to like get me to like, oh sure, I'll go try that then. I wasn't gonna use this unit before, but now that I know that there's a secret hide behind them, like I want to try them again. Right? Like New Game Plus is for the people who are already invested, like give them more of a reason to want to try stuff. Yeah. That feels like a really silly misstep, but okay, this is still here. New Game Plus, but you lose all the info and requirement knowledge you gained. Yeah, right? Like, I have all the gameplay knowledge, like all the mechanical knowledge, but like, there's a lot of knowledge in here that would be really helpful to have that it's really weird that I don't have. I don't get it. Most patch people seem chill from what I've seen too. That's good. I mean, I figured like I'm not assuming ill intent on their part. I mean, like, you've also correctly clocked me as the most political Super Robot Wars streamer on the planet, so I expect that I might be the one that seems abrasive to some people, so I don't want to take for granted that everyone's just gonna like side on board with me using their work. Okay, well, I was really hoping for a little bit more of a ta-da at the end to wrap things up, but that's okay. It wouldn't be this channel if I didn't have like some amount of like critical feedback to give. These like actually here we can look back at these charts too. Looking at some of these charts, these are like weirdly like vacant for like how they have them set up. I'm really looking forward to, yes, let's talk about the future, both in terms of this game and in terms of like the channel. I'm really hoping for in the future like more than 1 or 2 scenarios. I don't know if we have the word on this yet, but I'm really hoping for more than like 1 or 2 scenarios with the DLC, and I hope they feel integrated rather than just like the DLC scenarios to get the like the scenarios that we did to get these units did not feel very integrated. They felt just very one note, and I hope we don't get something like that. I suspect we will, but I'm hoping with the amount of time they have to work on them, we'll get something a little bit better than that. Because we did these early, I don't have them now. I would imagine that I probably would still have access to them because I have like these DLC, and these were like, you can do these on day 1. You can do this or like scenario 1. But I hope that they are not locked behind like certain time periods. That would be pretty heinous. But I would like to see them integrate something better at the end here, like we just talked about with all the New Game Plus stuff. Like, give us some more of that. Give us a couple of things to do at the end game here, like more than just re-challenging these 3 bosses. Give us like 2 or 3 unique missions for post-game. Even if it just ends up being that you throw more of the bosses on the map, and like maybe that's what these will turn into. But like, I don't know. Give me something for the end game to be here other than just like let's look at how depressingly flat this is going to be. Like I can't imagine that this is what they want me to be doing at the end here. Just hold on. A lot of entering. Yeah. Right, come on. Right, like this can't possibly be what they want me to do now at the end of the game, is just like fight this stuff endlessly, right? Like this is nothing. Though this one looks like it is specifically Will Force is not a like character profile I've seen before. This feels like it's specifically designed around this might be a post-game one, but that's so depressing if that's what we're supposed to be doing. 30 had the true ending be DLC, which is crazy. That is pretty wild. I'm glad that's a free update. That's like Hollow Knight kind of style, but like, why would you put the ending there? That's really weird. I mean, I get why. It's just giving them more time to cook to make sure they're like made it, and like the game probably just wasn't finished and they had to release it. So they just like had to sort of patch it in that way, but that feels like deeply depressing too. I would like my games to be finished, even if it takes them a little bit longer. Yeah, so give us some more like stuff to do at the end here. Give us some more quality of life for transferring things. I think this is probably going to be an unpopular opinion, but I can like keep saving onto this file as we keep working on it. So I could also just like grind endlessly in this file and bring as much as I want into New Game Plus. I don't hate the idea of locking what resources you're bringing into New Game Plus when you finish the base game. I guess you could technically grind whatever you wanted before that though, so maybe that's not necessary. Maybe that's still me thinking too much about like thinking about more like these linear games, thinking about these games more linearly than they want to be. But I am really looking forward to the DLC. I think a lot of the characters in it are going to be a lot of fun. I think because we've also like talked so much in the abstract about a lot of these characters, because we're sort of just like taking this like really massive chunk of data all at once. If we get the DLC where there's only a couple of units to really look at once, I feel like we're going to have a lot better time. I think I'm going to have a lot better time being able to talk about each of them in the specific and how I could imagine them fitting into a playthrough. Which might be a good deal of fun content to work through. But I think that's like broadly my thoughts on what I want out of new game, or out of DLC, like out of what the life cycle for this game looks like beyond this. His closest comparison, IMO. Oh, sorry, there was the text before that. By the time we get Kamen Rider in Y, you'll have experienced Tekkaman in W. That's true. Actually, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how those stack up, because right, like you said before, the Tekkaman is actually more like Super Sentai. That's not that word. I mean that works as one of them, but Tokusatsu. That Tekkaman is more like a Tokusatsu. So like, yeah, I'm curious to see how those like feel like they stack up to Kamen Rider. I feel like I also get to compare if we get that far in Alpha by the time. I know that you can play as just Domon or Master Asia or Albert from Giant Robo. Like I know that they are in the game. I've seen sprites of just them on the battlefield. So I'm curious how those will compare against this like pool of just man too. But yeah, so those are my thoughts for the future of this. If anyone has any questions, like feel free to ask them. If you're like, what are your thoughts on this? Would you like to see this? Like I'll happily answer those. This is just like the stuff that's come to mind right now. For this channel, tomorrow is still going to be GC. I still like it. I know it's not as popular, but I'm having fun with it, so I'm going to keep doing until that's finished. Then Mondays will probably be once that's done, we'll dedicate that to LTCing, because I still also want to do LTCs on the channel. I don't have like an immediate challenge run I can think of beyond that. But I don't know when that switch over is going to be. But when we switch it over, I think I want to go to the complete box. I talk about it so much. I would like to play those again. I've already sort of I've gotten a lot of the sprites ready for making title cards, so I kind of want to do that anyway. this upcoming Thursday, we're not going to do W yet. As promised, I want to do one. I at least want to take part, I at least want to take part of one episode to do a nuts and bolts. I don't know how long we will have. I have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to think about and set up any situations where I would like where I could get that, where we could like test some things. So that will at least be part of Thursday. And if I can't think of enough stuff to fill all of Thursday, then I guess we can start W then. But if we are just doing nuts and bolts all day Thursday, then then a week from now we will start W. And that will be the like mainline one that we're doing on Sundays and Thursdays going forward. And then, like I said at the top of the show, this Friday is an on stream, and we will be doing Fantasy Maiden Wars, and that will be Friday going forward. And then once I get back from my break for a board gaming convention I'm going to, then I think we'll probably switch to Fridays being on all the time, just because I also want to like have more time to play that game. But like I said, I will keep all of the like long-term scheduling in mind and have a community post about that. A packed week, yeah. I mean, that's how I gotta grow, right? I gotta keep things stacked really. I gotta keep things stacked really well, and if I can't do it through quality, I will do it through quantity. And if I can't do it through quantity, I'll do it through quality. So I'm gonna try and do both. It's not like I'm doing anything else important with my life right now anyway, right? Y'all like this. I would be doing this on or off camera, so I may as well turn the microphone on and just get everyone to see it too. But I am excited for a week that is like W Alpha, a challenge run, and Fantasy Maiden Wars from what I've seen of it so far. That feels like that's gonna scratch more of the like difficulty. I know I talk about it a lot, and like we've not gotten like if you think I have been like playing more than is more optimally than is necessary, I cannot wait to show you when I like finally get like my brain fully in gear about thinking about these things, because we've not seen full intensity yet, and I'm really hoping a game can like push us to that point. But I think that's all I've got for now. Again, I know the journey's not fully over yet, right? We still have one more sort of Twilight episode, but this is still the end of the game. This is still bringing us to the conclusion of the first, not just a game that I have streamed, but the first game that I have streamed. And I'm so very glad for you all to have been here for it. It's been a blast, and I can't wait to keep going. So thank you all so much for watching. If I do not catch you in another, I don't catch you live, I hope I will see you in the VODs. Oh, hold on, another message. 4 very different flavors of strategy, especially Alpha versus W. I can't wait to see what the difference is. But yeah, no, we got a lot of different stuff going on. And actually, yeah, to that point, so we like I said, you also have you got another thing you got another like more scripted piece of content to look forward to at the end of November. I feel like this is, so to sort of tie these all in, I do like this is giving me exactly the sort of outlet that I wanted to like create and think about these games. I appreciate all the support, and that people are like here for basically all of it, that no matter like how weird, how detailed, or how general, how goofy or serious I am being, that you all seem to like keep coming back. So like I say it so much, but like I am very humbled by the fact that you all want to keep doing that. Throw thoughts my way. Clearly I will bend my schedule around them. Clearly we're here to try them. So let's keep making this a thoughtful space about these games, and I look forward to seeing you in whatever that brings. Take care, everyone. Make me the rest of your day, and thus ends the last stream of our first game. Goodbye. Thank you so much. Have a good day.